am, oh my God, I have to apologize to everybody. I'm so sorry. For one thing, I'm late. I was supposed to start, I usually start at around 4 or something Central Time. I am starting now an hour and a half from the usual time that I start these streams. Secondly, this entire time, oh my God, this entire time, I thought I was talking. For the last past 20 minutes or so, or a little bit less than that, 15 minutes or so, I thought I was talking, and I didn't realize that the damn thing wasn't live. I forgot to hit the freaking live button. Oh, how much of a moron am I? Really? I mean, it's so embarrassing. This is such an embarrassment. And I said hi to everyone on the chat without a soul even hearing me. No one was listening to me. This entire time I thought I was live. I forgot that the live button had not been pressed yet. So here I was talking to a camera, and not a soul was listening to me, guys. Not a soul was listening. How embarrassing is that? And I started the stream an hour later than when I usually start the stream, an hour and a half or so. And the reason for that is because I thought, the rain is coming. We're right now in the sowing season, and I want to get all of my seeds in my garden before the rain comes. So the last few days I've been gardening every day, and so today I thought, let me just get the last bit of seeds that I need to get in under the soil, and I'll go and I'll prepare for the stream. I ended up taking about 3 hours or so to finish gardening. So that took my time. So I thought, you know what? I still got to prepare. Let me just postpone the stream to an hour later than when I usually start the stream. So here I am. I'm late. It's embarrassing. I feel embarrassed. I feel terrible. But I am going to try my damnedest to make this stream worthwhile. I'm going to be trying my damnedest. Now, this is not the first time I've started a stream later than I usually do. I've done this numerous times. So it's not my first rodeo. I will be okay mentally, but it's just embarrassing that I was talking for 15 minutes and I didn't know that the damn live button had not been pressed yet. Isn't that crazy? It's bedtime now, all right? It's okay, Ted. We understand you're not a robot. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. That's okay, because I have no clue how to do a live stream anyway. Let's see here. You are forgiven. No one saw your embarrassing moment. We missed your epic coverage. Well, I was talking for 15 minutes straight about why I don't like these former special forces podcasters. I just don't like them. Because I think that, you see, you have these people on YouTube and on Instagram or Instaho who are all like, I'm special forces, I was in Delta, and they're always talking about their war stories. But I don't like most of these people because the vast majority of these former special forces podcasters are just there to beat the war drums, and they are there to advance the narratives of the military-industrial complex. So you'll be listening to these podcasters, and they'll be talking in front of the camera or whatever, talking in their studio, and they got some glass of whiskey in their hand, and they're just going off, and they're saying, when I was in Kabul, we saw this house, and we knew that there were Taliban in there. We were told, our intelligence agency told us that there were Taliban in there. And so I told my friend who was Delta, he was all strapped up to the T. This guy had all sorts of heavy firepower on him. And I told him, listen, man, we got to throw some frags in there before we go in there because there's Taliban in there. And we actually heard that there were Chechen Taliban in there. Chechens are no joke, man. Chechens, Khabib. And so we opened the door. We threw some frags in there. We went in there. Yeah, the Taliban guy was dead, but we also killed the mother and her children in the process. War is hell, man. And I have PTSD from that ever since. And war is hell. And I'm drinking a bottle of Jimmy Beam every single night. So war is hell, and I got PTSD. And then when the next war comes, these same former special forces guys are sitting there, oh, we got to support this war. Because I suspect that these podcasters are all psyops. I think that they're psyops, and I think that they are there to advance the narrative and the ideology of the military-industrial complex. And I also think that they're there to encourage and motivate young men to join the military. You want to be a badass, you want to be like me, join the military. So I don't like these guys. I really don't like them. Jocko, Schmacko, Wacko, whatever. I think they're all insidious individuals. And I think that they are there to support the evil empire of the U.S. military industrial complex. Don't like them at all. Happy Friday. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Almost thought you were taking a break. No, dude, I don't like taking breaks. Farmer tendencies. I had to get the seeds in because the rain is coming, and I thought I got to get all my seeds in within the first week of March, because if I miss the sowing season, then I might be too late and the plants won't have enough time to establish themselves before the peak of summer comes. And so I really got to get things done. When I have gardened in the past, when I got my seeds in within the first week of March, I usually had success with my garden. Anytime I started planting in late March or in April, usually I didn't have success with my garden. So I really want to have success this year. I have spread cow manure, fertilizer everywhere, and I've been spending the past 3 or 4 days just gardening every single day, plus doing videos on this channel, plus writing, plus reading, and it's been crazy. This whole week has been insane. I have gotten very little sleep. I've been doing a lot of video editing, and it's just been crazy. You cannot rest with these IOs. Can we just have 1 year? Just give me 1 year when we don't have to hear about war. Give me 1 year when I don't have to hear about Ukraine, Shmukraine, Israel, Crane, Russia, Iran, Iran, whatever. Give me Israel, Hezbollah. Oh my God, dude. The arguments in favor for war against Iran are so dishonest and bad faith. I mean, so incredibly dishonest and bad faith. It's unbelievable. So, for example, they'll sit there and say, well, I was watching this debate last night between Scott Horton, who's a very good writer who's been writing against the military-industrial complex for many years. But it was Scott Horton versus some Zionist agent who is Iranian. Her name is like Elise or something like that. Liban. She calls herself Liban. We all know that's not her real name, but Liban. And she's going off about, like, she has a British accent. She's like, Iran is a giant terrorist organization state, and they are now supporting Hezbollah and Hamas, and they have been supporting Shiite terror, and they got to do the finger thing. They have been supporting anti-Israel terrorism and anti-America terrorism for decades, and blah, 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 blah. And the main lifeline for Hezbollah is Iran. It's Iran. And Scott Horton just calmly responded by saying, that sounds like an Israel problem. That sounds like an Israel problem, guys. And it's like, I don't get it. America has so much oil, so much natural gas. America is a continent. America is not a country. It's a continent. It's like the European Union. You have the EU, but we got the USA. It's a continent. It's a ginormous continent. EU has Brussels. We got DC. EU has Germany. We got Texas. Texas is the Germany of America. And so we got this massive country, all this oil, all this natural gas. We got everything here. We got all the climates of the world in one region, in one territory. And we have to go to war against Iran for what reason? What is the point? What is the point of all this absolute insanity? Well, we have to go in there because Israel attacked Iran. That sounds like an Israel problem to me. That sounds like an Israel problem. And then they'll say, well, Iran supported terrorism against our soldiers. Really? You mean when our soldiers were in another people's country illegally? Doing an unjust war, partaking in an unjust war, and they'll say, well, Iran backed Shiite militias in Iraq. Do you know who else was backing Shiite militias in Iraq? The U.S. military. The U.S. military was backing Shiite militias in Iraq. You can look into this. Go look up the what's it called? The Al Sadr army, Al Mahdi army in Iraq. They are a Shiite paramilitary organization. America was backing them. America was supporting the very Shiite militias that Iran was supporting. Do you know which country supported the Iraq war other than Israel? Do you know which country supported the Iraq war? Iran. Iran supported the Iraq war. Do you know who was one of the guys who influenced our government to invade Iraq? It was a Jordanian con man, or really I should say Iraqi con man who lived in Jordan by the name of Ahmed Shalabi. Ahmed Shalabi was a fraudster. He literally defrauded the Bank of Jordan. He was a wanted man in the Bank of Jordan because he robbed a whole bunch of money from the Bank of Jordan, and he was a wanted man. He was a felon. And here he was in the United States telling Americans, we're really telling the pro-Israel Zio neocon establishment that we needed to invade Iraq and that he had intelligence that proved that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. And so when the Zionists were pushing for the Iraq war, they were saying, well, we have this source from Iraq. His name is Ahmed Shalabi, and he's got all the information and yada, yada, yada. And Ahmed Shalabi became a false source used by the Zionist neoconservatives to justify the war in Iraq. Well, it turns out that Ahmed Shalabi was not just an agent for Israel. He was also an agent of the Iranian government. Why was he an agent of the Iranian government? Because Iran wanted the war in Iraq. America did a massive war that led to the deaths of millions of people, and this war was to the interest of Iran. And we did that war. We backed the Shiite militias that Iran was backing. We did the war that Iran wanted. We were harboring an agent of Iran and a fraudster named Ahmed Shalabi. We did all that stuff. And then after the Iranian Revolution, let's not forget, after the Iranian Revolution in 1979, in which the United States facilitated the overthrowing of the Shah and enabled the Ayatollah's takeover of Iran, the Iranians all of a sudden were one of our business partners, and we were doing arms deals with the Ayatollah government. So all this, spare me all this nonsense about Iran being this existential threat to America, this huge enemy. Oh, they've been an enemy against us for decades, and since 1983 in the Marine barracks bombing in Lebanon. Don't spare me the bullshit. Spare me the bullshit. And spare me all. It's the same thing with Al-Qaeda. They say, oh, well, Al-Qaeda is this big enemy, man. Turns out we've been working with Al-Qaeda for decades. Turns out we were backing Al-Qaeda in Chechnya, Dagestan. We were backing Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. We were backing those people in the Balkans, in Bosnia. We were backing all of these people. They were all of our friends. All of these people were our friends. They were our friends when it was to our advantage, and they were our enemy, and they are our enemy when it's to our advantage. Same thing with Iran. When Iran was to our advantage, we used the Iranians. We used them so that they could buy our arms deals. We worked with Iran's proxies in Iraq so that we could fight the Sunni terrorists in Iraq. All this is nonsense, and it's all smoke and mirrors. All of it is smoke and mirrors. And they will point to you, and they will point to a country and say, this country is an enemy. But then if you look back further enough prior to that point, you will see that, well, actually, no, our country was working with this very country that you now want us to go to war against. So it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all nonsense. It's all a lie. It's all a scam. It's all a fraud. And if you believe in this stuff, then you are a tool. And that's the nicest thing that I can say about you. You are a tool. You are a tool. Plain and simple. Anyone who's sitting there watching Fox News, believing all this bullshit, is a tool. Plain and simple. I'll read your guys' comments, and then we'll get right to it. 1 second here, guys. Hold on. I'll read your guys' comments. So true. Appreciate that, Simset. Hello, Tatter Sale, Turkish flag. What a terrible traitor. Any thoughts how long this war will last? At least a few weeks. I think I don't know. My gut feeling, now, I could be wrong, but when Russia invaded Ukraine, I'm sure there were some people out there who were saying things like, this is only going to last a year. It's only going to last a few months. And I did videos on the Russo-Ukrainian war when it first happened. And I said, listen, this is going to last for years. This war is going to last for years. You see, when a country invades another country, in this case, America is invading Iran, it is quite common to read in history of the invader saying, well, we're going to have this war and it's not going to take that long. It's going to be a cakewalk. And then it turns out that it's not a cakewalk. When America went into Mogadishu, they thought that the mission was going to last 45 minutes. And it ended up lasting 2 days. When Germany invaded Russia, they thought that invading Russia was going to be a cakewalk, and it ended up being a years-long war. When Russia invaded Ukraine, I'm sure there were people who thought that it was going to be a cakewalk, that Ukraine was going to get defeated so quickly, that Russia was just going to march right in and take the victory so quickly, and the Russians and the Ukrainians are still fighting each other. The Russians and the Ukrainians are killing each other over a piece of territory that that's as big as Delaware. So the reality is that the Iranian-US war has been going on for years. We had a glimpse of it last year with the 12-day war. We had a glimpse of it in the year before that in 2024. And now we're seeing the continuation and the resuming of this war, but it's much more fierce than it was in the last 2 years. So even if there is, let's say, a pause in the fighting, it's only going to resume eventually. Eventually, it's just going to go back and it's going to repeat and it's going to resume from where it left off. This is not going to end. And the thing is that when America wants your regime, your government, to be toppled, it will never give up. And I've talked about this before. I've said this before. America does not give up. It doesn't. It keeps going. It's going to chip away and chip away and chip away and chip away. And even if Iran strikes some F-15s down, even if Iran kills a bunch of American soldiers, even if Iran hits a bunch of American radar systems and missile systems, America won't stop. They are going to continue on. And now that you're hearing reports of F-15s being shot down, America is not going to give up. They need to show that they are the stronger party. They need to show that they are the stronger belligerent in this conflict. And so they're not going to give up. They're going to continue on with this. And like I said, even if there is a pause, even if there is a moment of silence when it seems as if nothing is happening, it will resume. And it's just going to continue on and go on and go on. And America is going to chip away, chip away, chip away, chip away. They're going to support proxies. They're going to support the Kurds. They're going to back the MEK. They're just going to chip away at the Iranian government until this thing topples. I mean, that is the strategy. And America does work for the long term. America does look into the long term. It looks into the long term. So when it comes to the Soviet Union, America worked for decades to bring it down, and it did. When it comes to the Assad regime, America worked for over a decade, and it brought it down. So America's not going to give up. It's not going to give up. America's been working at this for years. What makes us think that all of a sudden it's going to stop? It's not going to stop. America has been using Israel as a proxy against Hezbollah and Iran, and it used Israel as a proxy against the Bashar al-Assad government. All of that was a united effort, a collective effort to take out the Iranians. Now, ultimately, it's about taking out the Russians and the Chinese, but still, in all of those events, be it the taking out of Hassan Nasrallah, the toppling of Assad, the defeat of the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, all of these events were done with the intention of taking out the Iranian government and weakening it. Even taking Russia out of the picture, because let's be real, the biggest defender of Iran has been Russia. China to a certain extent, but mainly Russia. So the Americans had to remove the Americans and the Judeo-American alliance, whatever you want to call it, had to remove Russia as an obstacle. So what did they do? They pulled Russia into a war. They provoked the Russians into a war, and they pulled them in. And now the Russians are going through a meat grinder. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have been killed. 1 million Russians have been killed or wounded. It's very tragic. And this is the intention. Bog the Russians down in a war, and as they're bogged down, now let's hit the weaker link in the Russian alliance, which is Iran. Let's hit it. And they hit the Iranians. And now they're bombing them directly. So this has been going on for years. Who is to say that all of a sudden the Americans are going to give up? They're not going to give up. They're not. They are going to work until this thing comes crashing down. Be that through backing revolutionaries, rebels, protesters. It's going to work its damnness to bring Iran down. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. I'm going to change my title real quick on my live stream. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low or whatever. Some people complain about the music. I don't know why. I love the music. That's one of the joys of this stream is the music. There we go. All right, it's done. 200,000 is not negligible. Let me see. No, it's huge. I mean, no matter what music, you can't even hear it. I'll make it. I don't hear music. Oh, that's not good. All right, can you guys hear it now? I love the music. Yeah, I think it's great. I'm glad you like it, Mr. MMXXIV. I love the music. Can't hear it personally. How about now? I raise the volume up. Give me 1 second here, guys. Somebody's mad because I brought up Russian casualties. Oh, give me a break. I guess we should just say, oh, yes, 200,000 dead. That's nothing. That's 200,000 dead. That's nothing. Aren't we running out of munitions? Yes, we are. That is correct. But they can make more. Please press the like button. Yes, it does help the channel, guys. Please press the like button. It gets the algorithm to advance the channel to more people. Israel's already complaining about Turkey. It absolutely is. You're talking like we have a government in America. We don't. We're occupied. I don't know what you're talking about. America gave up in Vietnam and Afghanistan. And do you think that America is no longer involved in Vietnam or Afghanistan? Do you really think that America doesn't have a presence? Do you really think that America is not involved somehow in those countries, trying to make sure that China doesn't get too close, trying to make sure that the Iranians don't get too close? You don't think America is working with the Taliban right now? I guarantee you that America is working with the Taliban government. It's still very much so involved in those regions. Let's see here. Let's see here. Did you see the next Israeli prime minister? He said Turkey is... Yep, I saw that. Naftali Bennett. I've talked about this before. Let's see here. Trump sounds like a ghoul when he talks about dead America. He does. Yes, he doesn't give a shit. He's like, well, you know, some people are going to die. And he pulled a Lord Farquaad. And he said, well, you know, some of you may die, but that is a chance I am willing to take. That's a risk I'm willing to take, everyone. And that really shows how much they care about human life. They don't give a damn. You're nothing but a number. You are nothing but a number to these people. Let's see here. And that really shows how much they care about human life. All right. I was listening to myself for a second. Let's see. Sounds like RPG music. Yeah, it is, actually. How it feels to be proven right so fast. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it feels great, but I would like to know what you are referring to specifically. China is too passive and Americans are very aggressive. China needs to be more martial. That's what people are saying. Let's see here. If we run out of missiles, America is vulnerable. Yes. But if Iran keeps hitting us, I don't think America is just going to back off forever, is what I'm saying. It's okay, you're great. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see here. How about if the American doesn't last past 2030? I think the American empire will eventually collapse. What do you think will India involvement will do? India is going to be working with the Israelis against the Pakistanis to prevent a Turco-Pakistani alliance, is what I would have to say. If I had to guess what the Israelis and the Indians are thinking about, I mean, India and Israel both have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. So Turkey right now is working on a Turco-Pakistani alliance against the Israelis, and the Israelis are terrified of this because Pakistan is a nuclear-armed country. So the Israelis and the Indians do this deal where they agree to have some sort of cooperation when it comes to military equipment and whatnot. And I think India is going to buy Israeli weaponry. But I think that the ultimate reason for the Israeli-Indian alliance is to go against Pakistan to hinder a Turco-Pakistani alliance. It takes 20 years for, it took 20 years for America to give up. It took a long time, but America is still involved in those countries. It's not like they left 100%. Ukraine was preparing for that war since to Maidan. USA blackmailed the whole EU to give money, military weapons, ammo, oil. Sure. Okay, oil. I don't know what exactly are you for. Poor comparison. I don't know what you are referring to. What's a poor comparison? See here. So there is a cold and hot war between USA and Iran. Yeah, Israel. That's right, Israel and Iran. That's correct. And how long do you think the fighting will go on? It's going to go on for years. Even if there's a pause in a month from now, let's say, it's going to resume. Yeah, the F-15s got shot down. Yep. Absolutely. That is true. That is very true. And it really goes to show that America is being depleted of its firepower. Shalabi was supposed to be the governor of Iraq. That's right. They had this idea. It never happened, though. Funny that the capital and arguably the most industrious states like this are in the South. Yup. How is our empire beholden to a tiny country the size of New Jersey on the other side of the world? It's really quite astonishing that this is the reality. But I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, you see, I've thought about this before. I might get controversial in saying why this is, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it as carefully as I possibly can. Are you guys familiar with Norman Finkelstein? I'm sure some of you guys are. Norman Finkelstein is an American Jewish critic of Israel. And he grew up in the Bronx. He grew up, I think, in Harlem, the Bronx. He grew up in New York City, one of those enclaves of New York City. And he said that when he grew up, he lived in an area that was inhabited mainly by Israelis. And when I say Israelis, I mean people of the synagogue. If you guys know what I mean. If you guys know, you know. If you don't know, sorry. So he lived in an area where mainly Israelis were living. And he said that he went to high school with people who would eventually become Congress people and people who would gain very prominent positions in politics, etc., etc. And he said that when you hung out with these people in New York City, he said that these people were focused only on one thing and one thing alone, and that was how to gain the most prominent positions of power in the United States. That is what they were 100% fixated on. They were focused on getting elected to Congress. They were focused on becoming governors. They were focused on getting involved in the judiciary. They were fixated on getting into the judicial branch of the U.S. government. They were fixated on becoming Supreme Court justices. They were fixated on becoming powerful. They were bent on power. They were bent on how do we become the most powerful people in America. And this is what Finkelstein says. And I've hung out with Zionists. I've hung out with quite a few of them because my father was a prominent figure in the Zionist movement here in the United States. And so I've hung out with a good share of Zionists and Israelis. And I can tell you right now that culturally speaking, they are very different from your average American. Your average American is happy to get a regular job, doing whatever, doing a variety of jobs, be it plumbing, be it working in a department store, be it working at a Home Depot, be it working in construction, be it working in electricity, be it working in blue-collar work, white-collar work. The average American is happy with doing a job within that spectrum of work. The average American is not interested in becoming a member of Congress. The average American is not interested in becoming a Supreme Court justice. The average American is not interested in becoming a lawyer. The average American is not interested in joining the United Nations or becoming an employee at the United Nations. The average American is not interested in working for the New York Times or the Washington Post. The average American is not interested in working for a think tank, working for the Atlantic Council, working for the Brookings Institute, working for the Hudson Institute, working for Chatham House, working for any one of these big major think tank operations, the Rand Corps, all these big, fat, major think tank operations, the American Enterprise Institute. All of these think tank groups are Zionist ran. All the major ones are pro-Israel, Zionist ran, pro-NATO, and they are dominated by Zios, dominated by them. Now, there are some think tanks out there that are against interventionism, but they don't have the level of prominence like the other ones do. And so people wonder, well, how did America get to the point where these neocons were able to get so much power? How did we get to the point where America became under the control of pro-Israel people and Zios? And I'm sure it's a very complex history. And I'm sure that I don't have all of the information to give you guys the full story. But what I can tell you with much confidence is that the people who are running the neoconservative think tank apparatus, the people who are in Congress, the people who are influencing Congress, the people who are running the think tanks, the people who are running the media, are culturally extremely different from your average American. I've hung out with many Americans. I am an American. I was raised in America. And I've also hung out with a lot of Zios. I've hung out with a lot of pro-Israel people, pro-Israel activists. And I can tell you right now that there is a massive cultural difference between the two. They are not the same. They're not. Now, they're both human. I'm not trying to take away their humanity, but culturally speaking, they're very different. You talk to an average American young man in high school, and they want to become a mechanic. They're talking about becoming a mechanic. They're talking about maybe becoming a baker or a chef, or they want to get into construction, or they want to join the military, right? I went to high school in Texas for 2 years. My junior and senior years were spent in a high school in Texas. And a lot of young men that I hung out with wanted to join the military. I mean, that's all they talked about. They said, as soon as I get out of high school, they weren't even interested in getting into college, university. They wanted to get into the military. And that's how a lot of guys in the South are. Texas, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, all these southern states. A lot of these states are full of young men who want to join the military. They want to do the right thing. They want to fight for their country. So they want to get into the military, or they want to get into some basic white collar work, or they want to start a blue collar business, plumbing, electricity, etc., etc. You would be hard pressed to find a young American who was interested in working for a think tank. There is a very small minority of Americans who want to work in that field. And it just so happens that the vast majority of the people who want to work in that field are pro-Israel. They're Zios. They're Israeli. And so they want to get into the think tank world. They want to get into Congress. They want to get into all those positions of power. So because the average American, your average blue-collar, white-collar American, has no interest in gaining the most prominent positions of power, that allowed and that gave space and that gave the freedom of movement to those who do want power. And those who do want power, those who are bent on gaining those political positions, just so happen to be pro-Israel. And that's just a fact. So while your average American was focused on just living the normal American life, hopefully getting a family, hopefully getting a job that you want, getting into or starting a business, something like that, while the average American was focusing on that, a small minority of Americans were focusing on gaining power. And because that minority was so bent on gaining power, as opposed to the majority of Americans who were just focused on living regular lives, the average regular American, sorry to say, missed out on making sure that his demographic, his political demographic, his cultural demographic ended up dominating and being in the political position to pursue their interest, the interest of their cultural demographic. So the interest of the minority of people who are in positions of power takes center stage. That's the thing, because they got the power. They actually pursued power, whereas the average American demographic did not. That's the reality. That is the reality. And I hate to say it, but it's the truth. It is the truth. So while the average American was just focusing on getting a regular job and living a regular life and not focusing on political power, a minority of Americans was focusing on political power. And because of that, that minority has the position to pursue the interest of its demographic. Whereas the average demographic, the average American demographic, did not pursue that level of power. And that's why the interest of the average American demographic is many times pushed to the back burner. The average American is not interested in a war in Iran. The average American is not interested in meddling in the Middle East. The average American is not interested in any of these things. But that demographic that really pursued gaining the most prominent positions of power in America does have an interest that it wants to pursue. It does have that international interest, that interest for Israel, that interest in the Middle East, that interest in getting America to meddle in Middle Eastern politics. And so that minority demographic, because it was so bent on not just political power, but financial power, more so than the average American, that minority, because of that minority has really a huge amount of billionaires, a huge amount of political funders come from a minority demographic in the United States. The average American is not interested in becoming a millionaire. The average American is not interested in becoming a billionaire. The average American is not interested in risky currency speculation. But there is a minority of the American population that is bent on currency speculation and on financial power and on making enough money to fund politicians to get those politicians to fulfill your interest. So because the average American population did not pursue to have financial power, and I'm not condemning them for this, it's just a reality, but because the average American demographic did not pursue that level of financial power, and a minority demographic did, that minority demographic wields tremendous financial power. And that's why you always hear about the Zionist donor class and how powerful it is. The Zionist donor class is very powerful. The Zionist donor class has a lot of money, and they fill up the pockets of politicians with that money. So they have an advantage. So that, I think, and I don't believe that this is the full story. There's other pieces of the puzzle that I'm missing. There are other pieces of the puzzle that I'm not very knowledgeable about. But I will say that this definitely plays a factor. That cultural difference between the Zio and the non-Zio is definitely there. And that cultural difference gave the Zios an edge, a cultural edge over the rest of us. And it's sad to say this. It's sad to face this reality, but it is the reality. They've been like that for centuries. It's been a centuries old trend, or not a trend, but it's a centuries old phenomenon. Let's see here. Is if the average American is propelled to the ultimate level of power, well, eventually there's going to be a breaking point, and it's not going to look pretty for the Israelis. It's going to be very ugly. Also, remember that the average American is not interested in becoming a Hollywood producer. The average American is not interested in becoming a Hollywood producer or a Hollywood film director or a screenwriter. But there is a minority demographic in America that is bent in getting into the arts, into music, into film. So because they have pursued political power, financial power, and positions, high prestigious positions in the arts, they dominate those mediums of influence: money, politics, and the arts. And those are very powerful. So that's why they run the film industry. That's why they dominate and they are overrepresented in the political donor class. That's why they are overrepresented in the financial class. The average American is not interested in becoming a film producer or getting involved in films, but there is a minority that is. And because of that, that minority dominates the film industry, dominates the arts. And that is another level of power and influence. I remember many years ago, this was back in the early 2000s when I was very young. Not super young, but I was about maybe 12, 13 years old. I remember I was in this Israeli family's home, and there was a guy there who was a friend of this family that I was hanging out with, and he was Israeli. He was from Israel. And he starts talking to me about his son. He says, my son is very much interested in film. And I said, really? And he said, yes, very interested in film. And he's got cameras, he's got green screens. And he was telling me about how focused his son is on becoming a Hollywood director, on becoming a film director. And so this was just a normal Israeli family. And here I was talking to some guy who's telling me that his son was pursuing a career as a film director. Now, how many average American families have I met that would tell me that they had a son that wanted to pursue a dream in film directing? None. Never met one. But when you go to the Israeli side, when you go to the Zio side, you meet plenty of people who get into film and they get into arts or they get into law school, and that is super common amongst them, very common amongst them. So there is a cultural difference. And I'm not condemning the average American. I'm just saying this is the reality. Let's see here. They play the long game, very long game. The average American would never be welcome at those think tanks. That's true. That's true. I knew a young lady who was Catholic, who was a member of one of these pro-NATO think tanks, and she told me something very interesting. So it's funny. She was Catholic, but she was ethnically Jewish, which was interesting. And she was a part of some tech defense company in Bethesda, Maryland. And she would watch my videos and she would follow my work. And, you know, she told me she worked in DC and she worked in Bethesda. And so she was very familiar with that world. And she told me that she worked in the think tank world. She told me that she was a part of a think tank. And she told me that the think tank world is a cult. She said that the world of the think tank is a cult. And she said that the way that think tanks operate is that they are there to spread the message of the donor of the think tank. So the guy who is funding the think tank determines the narrative that that think tank is going to advance. So if you're pro-Israel and you're a wealthy guy and you fund a think tank, you fund that think tank to get that think tank to spread pro-Israel messaging. So she told me, she said, the way that it works is every article that you write for the think tank has to represent the ideological interest of the donor or the donors. And if you deviate from the interest of the donor, even by a small degree, you have to go through peer pressure under the hands of the rest of the members of the think tank, and they will pressure you and they will arm twist you to acquiesce to their demands, which are to write articles that are pleasing to the narrative of the funder, and to really work to the interests of the funder. And if you do not acquiesce to this demand, then you are simply fired from your position. You're thrown out of the think tank. And she told me, she said, the world of the think tank is that of a cult. It functions no differently than a cult. Yeah, but it was interesting because she was working for some defense tech company, and she was reading my articles in which I was talking about the revival of Nazism. I've been talking about the revival of Nazism for a very long time. And she told me, she said, a lot of people will read your articles and think that you're crazy. She said, but the people who are working in the defense companies, the people who are working in the world of the defense industry will read your articles and will say that you're right. She said, we all know that there's going to be a revival in Nazism in the Western world. And I think she was right, because when you look at Germany increasing its defense capabilities and increasing its military-industrial complex, I mean, the German defense companies are making bank. They're making massive amounts of money, especially the German defense company Rheinmetall. So I think that, and this was back, we had this conversation back in 2017. And I'm pretty certain the defense companies in 2017 knew what the trajectory was saying. They knew that in the near future, Germany was going to increase tremendously its defense capabilities, because even back in 2017, the writing was on the wall that Germany was going to be pursuing military independence from the American security umbrella. So that was a very interesting conversation. I've had many interesting conversations with people. Let's see here. The future of the world is Gaza. Sad to say, but yes. Let's see here. Please clip this section talking about Finkelstein and these cultural pursuits. I'm right there with you. I was like to close to running for 2026, then kind of decided it was so unlikely it wasn't worth it. If you don't have the money, you're not going to win. I mean, it's just plain and simple. You see, and that's another reason why AIPAC is so powerful. The reason, so people say, well, why does, and I'm not saying this because I think it's great, I think it's disgusting, but this is the reality. I'm just telling you the reality of how all of this works. If a politician says, I'm not taking AIPAC money, he has less of a chance of having a successful political campaign than the politician who does take AIPAC money. Because if the politician who does not take AIPAC money says, okay, I'm just going to rely on money from small-time donors, I'm going to just rely on crowdfunding, he could make it. It's possible that he can make it. But AIPAC comes in and they say, listen, we're going to drop at least hundreds of thousands on you. We could drop $1 million on you. We could drop a cool $1 million right into your campaign and fund it. That's an instant boost for your political campaign. And if your rival is not getting that level of money, automatically you have an edge over your rival. And so this is the reason why AIPAC is so successful, because there's a small body of donors who donate money to AIPAC. We're talking about billionaires, people who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. They are donating money to AIPAC. That money is then used to fund the campaigns of politicians who they want to win, because those politicians will advance Israel's interest. So they will propel those political candidates by funding them. And AIPAC is an organization that will very willingly and very quickly drop a lot of money on your campaign. They will give you a lot of money very quickly, as opposed to having to go through crowdfunding. So a lot of politicians, most politicians, will just opt for joining AIPAC and then just doing whatever AIPAC wants, because they know with AIPAC, they're going to get a lot of money. And so this is how AIPAC has so much power over crowdfunding. Again, the people who are running AIPAC are a part of a demographic minority that culturally is very fixated on financial power, more so than the average demographic of America. That's the reason why. So if you have 7 million people who are obsessed with political power, financial power, and positions in the film industry, the music industry, and the arts, and you have hundreds of millions of people who are not interested in those things at all, who's going to be gaining financial power, power in the arts, and political power? It's going to be that 7 million people. That 7 million people will be overrepresented in those spheres and in those mediums of power. I don't care how many people you have in your population. If your demographic is not focused on those realms of power, a minority that is focused on those realms of power will gain those positions of power. And so that's the reason why. That's one of the reasons that, oh my God, what's wrong with me? That is one of the reasons as to why we are in the position that we are in. Let's see here. Their megachurch pastors made more atheists. Okay. Yeah, I know. They also attend schools strictly for themselves. Everyone should take an oath of allegiance to America. We do. It's called the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, I know in California they don't say it anymore, but when I was growing up in California, we said the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag, blah, blah, blah. And in Texas, we said the Pledge of Allegiance every single school day without fail. Let's see here. Yeah, Israel is crying about Iran bombing it. I know. No one feels sorry for Israel because Israel spent years bombing and incinerating people in Gaza, so no one sympathizes with Israel. Oh, I can tell you more about the pro-Israel apparatus. I can tell you more about that powerhouse within America. So my father was a prominent figure in the Zionist movement. And so because of that, my father was invited to a lot of Zionist people's homes. He was invited to the homes of very wealthy people, very wealthy donors. And one time, my dad was invited to this home of this big, massive donor couple. We're talking about a billionaire couple that had a very prominent position in the pro-Israel donor class. So my father goes to this house. It was in Los Angeles. It was a mansion. It was a mansion. There were armed guards around the house. It had this massive gate that would open up electronically. It was very, very complex. And it was like a compound. And so my dad went to this house, and there was a dinner party that he was invited to that was going on inside of this house. And my dad told me about the conversations. He said, "You wouldn't believe the conversations that I heard while I was in this house." And I said, "Well, what did you hear?" He said, everyone was bent on doing lawsuits. Everyone was bent on using money to control people. They would say things like, well, we're going to go after this person, or we're going to go after this organization, and we're going to sue them. And it doesn't matter if we win or lose the lawsuit, we're going to hurt this person financially. And they would say this multiple times throughout the dinner party. And they were saying this in regards to their enemies. We're going to go after these people. We're going to go after this pro-Palestine person or this pro-Palestine organization. We're going to sue this person, sue this person, sue this person. And they were absolutely obsessed with using money to control people. And these people had a lot of money, so they don't mind hiring lawyers to sue you. They know that you don't have as much money as they do, so they can drain you financially and hurt you, and they are untouched by the whole situation. So that's how these people operate. It's financial power, it's political power, and it's power in the arts, in the film industry and in the music industry. And what's interesting is that this billionaire couple also was very prominent in Hollywood. I mean, they were living in Los Angeles. They knew people in Hollywood. They were connected to the Hollywood elites. It was all there. And so that's why, for example, you'll read about, let me look at Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is a prime example of what I'm talking about here. There is a video of Ben Shapiro when he is very young playing the violin with Larry King. Now, Larry King is not playing the violin, but he's playing the violin in the presence of Larry King. And he's playing the Schindler's List theme song, da 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 da. I mean, Ben Shapiro is playing this, and people will look at that video, and they will say, "Wow, Ben Shapiro was so talented at a young age." Blah blah blah. I look at that video and I think to myself, how did this young guy, how did this kid? I mean, he was a kid. How did this kid get into the position to be playing the violin alongside Larry King? Well, because it's obvious that Ben Shapiro was raised in a family that has connections. That's the reality. That is the obvious truth. You don't get to play the violin at such a young age alongside Larry King unless your family has connections, unless your family has prominence and is in positions of power. Ben Shapiro's father, he's a screenwriter. He's a Hollywood screenwriter. So his father already had positions in Hollywood, had connections in Hollywood. How do you think Ben Shapiro got to the place where he's at? How do you think he was able at such a young age to start the Daily Wire and argue with Piers Morgan many years ago? Because Ben Shapiro comes from a family of prominence that is connected to Hollywood and the Hollywood elite. It's all interconnected. The whole thing is interconnected. So you have a connection between Hollywood, pro-Israel media, political power, financial power. It's all there. I mean, the whole thing is there. So that's the reason why you'll see these average Americans, and I don't say average American despairingly. I'm not saying that as a pejorative. It's just what it is. But you'll see these average Americans saying, well, why do these people have so much power? It's very simple. It's because your demographic is not obsessed with power. Culturally, it's very different. I've hung out with plenty of white people to know this. I've hung out with enough white people to know that the average white guy is happy with being a plumber and living an average life. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm the same way. I want to live a regular life as well. I don't care about being a billionaire or connected to politicians or anything like that. I've dealt with pro-Zionist donors. They're assholes. They're evil. They use money to control you. I don't want to be around those people. But the sad reality is that when you have a demographic that is obsessed with getting into all of the different realms of power, money, arts, and politics, they will gain those positions and they will have over-representation in those positions. That's just the sad reality. Let's see here. Do you think Turkey is next on the Zio checklist? That's a good question. Yes, it is. Turkey is next on the Zio checklist. Absolutely. Turkey is next on the Zio checklist. And the Israelis have made this very obvious. Naftali Bennett does this speech recently, and he says, Turkey is trying to encircle us. They're encircling us. And Turkey is the next Iran. And it's very ironic that the Israelis are saying this now. Because for many years, the Israelis have been doing things that really were to the interest of Turkey. For example, toppling the Assad regime. The Israelis were working for years to topple the Assad regime. And the Israelis and the Turks and the Americans were all working together to this end. And eventually they succeeded. They met their objective. And Assad was toppled in the winter of 2024. Assad ran away to Russia. Now he's playing Call of Duty with his friends. And he's no more. He's not there. He's no longer in power. So the Israelis wanted that. They wanted Assad gone, because Assad was a major ally of Iran. So they wanted to weaken Iran, and they got rid of him. And this was to the interest of Israel, but it was also to the interest of Turkey. So Turkey got a lot more powerful in Syria because of that event taking place. That event that Israel wanted, which was Assad being toppled, took place. And because of that, Turkey benefited greatly and became more powerful, and has recently become even more powerful, especially after the Kurds in northeastern Syria were crushed by the Syrian military, of course, with the help of the Turkish military, enabling further Turkish expansionism into Syria. And the Israelis are very worried about this, because now you have this giant Turkish power right next door on Israel's border, right next door to Israel's border. And Israel doesn't want this. Israel wants to be the most powerful country in the Middle East, and it does not want Turkey to be this very dangerous rival that actually has the capacity and the chance and the means to defeating Israel in a war, because Turkey definitely has that ability and that capacity to crush the Israelis in war. So yes, Iran can defeat Israel in a war. In a serious war. I'm not talking about just with planes and stuff like that. I'm talking about in a serious conventional war, Iran can beat Israel. So Israel needs America's help, hence why you have this Judeo-American alliance against Iran. And I could talk more about that later, but that is what's happening. And Israel, it wants to crush Iran, obviously, because you have two major powers in the Middle East other than Israel. You have Iran and you have Turkey. So Israel wants to remove both of these regional powerhouses in the Middle East. It wants to get rid of Iran, and it's working on that right now. But Israel also knows and understands that as Iran gets weaker, Turkey gets more powerful. And we've seen this numerous times. We saw this with the toppling of Assad. We saw this with the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah. We saw this with the defeat of Iran's Armenian ally in Nagorno-Karabakh in the South Caucasus. That and all of those events, that was Iran getting weaker and Turkey becoming stronger. So Israel understands that every time it gets what it wants, a further disadvantage to Israel becomes stronger. So, for example, Israel wanted Saddam Hussein to be removed. And Israel got what it wanted, but what was an outcome of that was not to Israel's interest? Iran got stronger because of Saddam Hussein's downfall. Assad got toppled. What was the outcome? That was not to Israel's interest. Turkey got stronger in Syria. Hassan Nasrallah was killed in Lebanon. Hezbollah got weaker, but Turkey got stronger. And just recently, Turkey has said that they want to send more troops into Lebanon. And this is something that Israel doesn't want. And Iran getting weaker means Turkey getting stronger. Hamas was something of a proxy of the Iranians. Hamas has been weakened tremendously. I mean, just look at Gaza, it's flattened. But now Turkey is gaining more influence in Gaza. Turkey just recently built 3 mosques in Gaza as a part of its little Diyanet. Turkey is gaining a lot of influence in the U.S. government. And the U.S. government wants Turkey to have a position of influence in Gaza to help govern Gaza. That's Turkey getting stronger. So every time Iran gets weaker, doesn't matter if it's in Lebanon, doesn't matter if it's in Lebanon, if it's in the South Caucasus, if it's in Gaza, if it's in Syria, if it's in Iran itself, Turkey is going to get stronger. Israel knows this. So right now, Israel is anticipating for the further rise of Turkey. And Israel is trying to get ahead of Turkey by already warning the Americans about this rising Turkey. And what the Israelis are trying to do is quite obvious. The Israelis want to get the Americans to throw Turkey out of NATO. That's what they want. They want to throw Turkey out of NATO because they know that once Turkey gets out of NATO, then Turkey is no longer a NATO ally, and you can then attack Turkey without any fear of the other NATO members going to war against you or working to defend Turkey. So it wants to remove Turkey from NATO's security umbrella, and thus it wants to make Turkey vulnerable. And recently, a missile almost hit Turkey. It was heading towards Turkey, and a missile interceptor took it out. Immediately, the Israelis were saying this was Iran. The pro-Israel people were saying this is Iran. Iran has tried to attack Turkey. An Iranian missile has almost hit Turkey. And why are the Israelis doing this? Why are they pushing for this? Why are they saying this? Because they want Turkey and Iran to go to war against each other. That's the reason why. Also, they want NATO to go to war against Iran. That's what they want to do. They want NATO to go to war against Iran. They were hoping that NATO would declare an Article 5 situation to rally up the other NATO members to go to war against Iran and finish Iran off. That was the thing. But the Israelis also would like for Turkey and Iran to go to war against each other because a Turco-Iranian war would weaken both Iran and Turkey. And Israel would be there, of course, getting involved in special operations and reaping the benefits. If Turkey and Iran go to war with each other, that would prevent the Turco-Iranian axis from becoming bigger. Because right now, Iran and Turkey are deepening their ties, and Iran has no intention nor interest in bombing Turkey. There is zero interest in bombing Turkey. Iran has an interest in bombing the Arabs because the Arabs have been an historical enemy of the Persians for at least a millennium, and they don't like each other. They hate each other. They are sectarian rivals, Sunni versus Shiite. And the Arabs and the Persians, they've been vying over regional influence and power for centuries upon centuries. So, of course, the Iranians are going to hit the Arabs, and they also want to hit those U.S. bases. They want to hit them because those are a threat to Iran, obviously. And it's very interesting because the Iranians, well, they've been hitting America's major radar systems in the Gulf Arab states. And because of that, the Americans have lost much of their ability to fire missiles from outside of Iran into Iran. So the Americans have been firing missiles into Iran from outside of Iran. The Americans, for the longest time, didn't have to enter Iran to bomb Iran. They could do so from outside of Iran and in the safety of being outside of Iran's borders. But now, all of a sudden, you hear about an American F-15 being shot down while it was in Iranian airspace in southern Iran. It was in southern Iran. I heard it was flying over the region of Khuzestan in southern Iran. What was an F-15, an American F-15 pilot doing flying over South Iran, flying in Iran's airspace? I thought the Americans didn't have to do that. I thought the Americans could just fire missiles from outside of Iran. Why would a U.S. pilot have to fly into Iran? It's because the radar systems that enabled the Americans to spot their targets in Iran before firing at them have been destroyed. And I can give you guys some of the names of these radar systems. So, for example, in Qatar, the Iranians destroyed the AN-FPS-132 radar system. That radar system is worth $1.1 billion. Gone. The Iranians destroyed it. Then in Jordan, the Iranians destroyed the AN-TPY-2, worth $500 million. Gone. The Americans can't use it. In Bahrain, the Iranians destroyed the ELM-2084, worth $15 million. Gone. In Tel Aviv, the Iranians destroyed the EL M2080 worth worth $250 million. Destroyed. Gone. And now you're hearing about more and more waves of Iranian missiles raining down, being poured down on Israel. And the Israelis are saying, feel sorry for us. And we say we don't give a shit. People are saying we don't give a shit. You didn't feel sorry for the Gazans. And in Kuwait, the Iranians destroyed the AN MPQ 65A worth $400 million. And in the Negev, also in Israel, the Iranians destroyed the LTAMPS system worth $3.8 billion. And then you hear about this American F-15 flying over southern Iran, trying to hit a target. Why would an American fighter jet be flying in Iranian airspace looking for a target? America has these radar systems that allow the Americans to see the targets in Iran so that they don't have to go to Iran to find the target. But this poor pilot was forced to go fly over Iran, and he got shot down. So it looks like the Iranians have been depleting the Americans of their radar systems, their very, very vital radar systems. This is not easy for the Americans. And American bases have been hit all throughout the Arab Gulf states. And it looks like we are really seeing the beginning of the end of the American empire. Because these Gulf Arab states, they don't want America's military presence. Because America's military presence is really not there for protection. America's military presence in these Gulf Arab states are just magnets for Iranian missiles. And so now the Arabs have got the message. America's really not going to defend you. They're really not going to defend you. You're very vulnerable. And so America's position is going to decline. It's going to decline. And Israel is being bombed, and the Iron Dome is really not what they said it was. It's really not as efficient as they were telling us it was for all of those decades in which we were being brainwashed to be Zios and pro-Israel fanatics. And we can see, wow, Israel can be hit. You know, it's like that scene from the movie 13th Warrior. Have you guys ever seen the film The 13th Warrior? It's a really good movie starring Antonio Banderas. And in this movie, these people who dress up as bears attack this village somewhere in Europe. And Antonio Banderas is this Arab man from Iraq who is there to help these local villagers fight against these evil barbarians, these cannibals who dress up with bear skins. And they look like monsters. They don't look like humans. And at first, Antonio Banderas is terrified. But then one day, he finally kills one of these things, and he notices that the little bear mask is up, and he sees that underneath the bear mask the entire time was a human face. And Antonio Banderas says, it's just a man. They're just humans. They're not demons. And he becomes courageous. Israel getting hit is like that. Israel is the bear-skinned cannibal from the 13th Warrior. And the world is Antonio Banderas realizing that it's just a man. It can be hit. And Israel can be hit. That was very plain and simple for all to see last year during the 12-Day War, but now it's even more blatant. Israel's vulnerability is even more blatant because Israel has been getting rocked tremendously, and tremendous amounts of property has been destroyed. A lot of people are homeless, and Israelis are spending on average, 18 hours a day under bomb shelters. 18 hours. What does that do to an economy? They're not working. They're not making money. They're not buying much. It hurts the economy. And remember, the 12-day war that we witnessed last year cost Israel $12 billion. That's $1 billion a day. This is costing Israel A billion, a billion, a billion, a billion. This is draining Israel's economy. This is weakening Israel's morale. This is making more Israelis homeless. And if Israel becomes chaotic enough, I think the Israelis are going to tear each other apart. I think there's going to be a civil war in Israel. That's my opinion. Let me see here. 13th Warrior is based on the original Akira. I didn't know that. But I watched 13th Warrior when it came out in theater, if I remember correctly, and it's always been a favorite film of mine. I mean, I just love that movie. I watched this movie called Children of Heaven, 1997, last night. So adorable, made me sad. Oh, it's horrific. What happened to those little girls in Iran is a fucking crime. And that's why I say anyone who supports this war, fuck you. That's my response to you. If you support this war, go fuck yourself, really. In their own heads, they're winning? Well, of course, because Israelis are delusional. Most Israelis are delusional. And I'm not saying that to be prejudiced or anything like that. It's just a fact. Most Israelis subscribe to a fanatical ideology that makes them delusional. And that delusional way of thinking makes them think they're winning no matter what. Even when they're dying, they're winning. Slav Marine, you're up late. Well, I hope you have a good time as a night owl. The Iranians are some of the most articulate people on the planet. They are very, very smart. Yes, they are. Very smart, very innovative people. That's why the Israelis fear them. Same thing with the Turks. The Israelis are terrified of these people. Let's see. In their own heads, they're winning. Yep, I already read that. Sorry. Let's see here. Criticism is also crushed. True. Maybe their think tanks have a solution. Maybe. Freshwater issues. Tell me more about that, please. Water, of course, is going to be an issue. I don't know. I think it will be an issue. Food's going to be an issue. A lot of things are going to be issues in the future. I also love The 13th Warrior. Yeah, it's a very good movie. It's one of my favorite films. Very good movie. Nasrallah said that Israel is like a spider's web. You blow on it and it comes apart. That's a very good analogy. I would agree. Yeah, I don't think Israel is as strong as it thinks it is. And I don't think Israel is as strong as the evangelicals think it is. Trade futures in the bunkers. Yeah. Everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face. True. Very true. Desalination. There you go. Good Friday to all. Good Friday to you, sir. Thank you. Wouldn't a majority IDF served nation be more prepared for direct combat? You would think so. But I think that... You see, here's the thing about the IDF. The IDF used to be a very disciplined army. When my father was growing up, it was a very disciplined army. A lot of the stuff that you hear about going on in the West Bank, about soldiers doing really terrible things to people, you didn't really hear so much about that when my dad was growing up. When my father was growing up, there were some brutalities that he heard about done by the IDF, but not to the level that we see now. Because in those days, the IDF was much more disciplined. And let me point to you guys to the 2008 Lebanese war. Let me just look it up real quick. Hold on. Was it 2008 or 2006? 2008. 2008. So let's look at the 2008 Lebanon war. Let me just look up something real quick here. There was a river in 2008 Lebanon war. There was a river in Lebanon that the Israelis want. The Litani River. Okay, so now I know what to say. So when the Israelis embarked on a war in Lebanon in 2008, the Israelis thought we're going to go into Lebanon and we're going to reach the Litani River, because the Israelis and the Lebanese have a territorial dispute. And the Israelis say that all of the territory, basically all of the territory from the border with Israel up to the Litani River is supposed to be a neutral buffer zone, and it's not supposed to be used by Hezbollah. This is the argument that the Israelis reference all the time. So in 2008, the IDF said, okay, we're going to go into Lebanon and we're going to try to reach the Litani River. Hezbollah said, okay, the Israelis are going to send their soldiers into into Lebanon. I said Israel. The Israelis are going to be sending their soldiers into Lebanon, and they're going to try to reach the Litani River. So Hezbollah said, we're going to put all of our best fighters, we're going to put our actual Hezbollah fighters at the Litani River. And before the Litani River, and all of the territory before the Litani River, we're going to be stationing Shiite militiamen. So not even members of Hezbollah, just members of Lebanese Shiite militias. So the IDF entered Lebanon. And as the IDF was trying to reach the Litani River, they kept getting ambushed by Shiite militias. And Hezbollah said, we're just going to let the Shiite militiamen fight the Israelis. And if the Israelis can reach the Litani River, then we will fight them. Well, the Israelis were not even able to reach the Litani River. The Israelis withdrew out of Lebanon before they could even reach the Litani River. So Israel sustained heavy casualties, not even fighting Hezbollah, but fighting Shiite militias who were allies to Hezbollah. So is the IDF itself, I'm not talking about the Air Force, I'm talking about the IDF. Is the IDF as good and as efficient as some people think it is? The answer is no. The IDF is not as strong as a lot of Israelis think it is. The IDF is not as strong as a lot of people in America think it is. It's not. They couldn't even reach the Litani River. They had to withdraw. They couldn't even reach the river. And they sustained heavy casualties, not under gunfire from Hezbollah, but by gunfire from Shiite militia groups that were allied to Hezbollah. So the IDF really isn't that great. If they send 100,000 IDF soldiers into Iran, I'm just going to say it, you're going to see a whole lot of coffins being sent to Israel. It wouldn't be good. Let's see here. Apparently, the Iranians also learned from the Afghans, who said the American have the watches, but we have the time. True. AKA, we live here. They are going to their home sometime. It was interesting. They're not a strong ground force, in my opinion. I think they do air power. Yeah, that's why they focus so much on the Air Force. That's why they use their Air Force so much, is because they know that their IDF is not able to withstand a serious conventional war. Orthodox prophecies. Listen, I've honestly have never really studied the Orthodox prophecies seriously. I've heard about them. I've read about them in a very superficial way. I've just looked at some of them. I've read some of them from St. Paiseos. He says that there's going to be a Russo-Turkish war, and I agree that there will be a Russo-Turkish war. I believe Paiseos said that Russia will return Constantinople. So what I have heard is that Paiseos said that Russia will defeat the Turks in Istanbul and then take Istanbul, make it become Constantinople again, and then Russia will return Constantinople to the Greeks, and that the Greeks will basically gain Constantinople without even fighting, that the Russians are going to do all the fighting for the Greeks. Now, Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if Paiseos did not say that. I've heard that he said that. And if he did say that, then he was wrong. Because the Greeks are going to have to go through a war, sadly enough, but it's true. There will be a Turco-Greek war in the future. Just like there's going to be a Turco-Russian war in the future. Just like there's going to be a Judeo-Turkic war in the future. So if Paiseos said that, then he was wrong. I've been hearing about the Paiseos prophecies since 2014. Back in 2014, I interviewed a Russian Orthodox activist, and she told me about the prophecies of Paiseos, and she said, you gotta read them, you have to. So she sent me some stuff on the Paiseos prophecies, and I read them, and I said, well, that's very interesting. And recently, within the last past, I don't know, 5 years or so, I've noticed an explosion in interest in these Paiseos prophecies. And I wish I knew more about them. But if Paiseos said that the Greeks will win Constantinople without firing a shot, I will say emphatically that Paiseos was wrong. That's if he said that. I don't know if he actually did. The desalination plant was hit by a... Yeah. Is there a background in international affairs? If by that question you mean, if by that question you're meaning to ask if I went to university, the answer is no. I never went to university. I've just been very interested in the revival of certain ideologies. I'm very interested in the revival of Israeli nationalism. I'm very interested in this revival, in this idea of rebuilding the third temple. I think it's crazy, but I'm very interested in this phenomenon. And I'm also very interested in the future downfall of Israel. So that's why I'm so fixated on this. But to answer your question, I don't have any background in international affairs. No, I'm just someone who kind of studies this here and there. Iran waters, okay, let's see. The Gulf states are at big risk of water distillation plants being destroyed. Yeah, it's very sad. Now they know how Gaza feels. Yep. There is a God. There absolutely is. Nasrallah said Israel. Okay, I already read that. At some point, Iran abandoned supporting Hamas. When and why did that happen? I don't know. I think regional powers will back proxies and then they'll stop backing them. It's like America will back the Kurds and then stop backing them. They have their reasons. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because they didn't want to, I don't know, focus on helping a Sunni group all the time. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's see here. Sounds like the Iranians have thought this one through. Absolutely. Yep. May God bless you and your family. As always, it is great to hear a complete stranger talking about important topics. Appreciate that, Alex Munilov. Assad is chilling out with Snowden. Absolutely. The Israelis are always trying to talk about someone encircling them when they're really encircling other people. Yeah. Like the stream, everyone. Yes, please give a like to the stream. It helps advance the stream. Thank you. As a Serb, on one hand, Iran did help train and arm Bosniaks during 1991-94 war. That's true. On the other hand, Americans, 1999. So if I had to choose, I'd be with Iran despite the thing. I think St. Paiseos said Greeks would get involved, but not do the bulk of the fighting. But again, I'm not sure. Well, let's look into it, shall we? Did Paiseos say Paiseos, Greeks will retake Constantinople without war? Did he say that? I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Okay, let's see here. What does it say? Yup. No, actually, no. I was right. I was right about Mr. Paiseos. I told you guys. I heard this before. I'll show it to you guys right here. Look what it says here. There will be a great war between Russians and Europeans, and much blood will be spilled. Greece won't play a leading role in that war, but they will give her Constantinople. By they, he means the Russians. Not because the Russians adore the Greeks, but because no better solution will be found. The city will be handed over to the Greek army even before it has a chance to get there. So the Greeks are just going to be sort of in the sidelines. The Russians are going to do most of the work, and then they're just going to give Constantinople back to the Greeks. And I don't know. I don't know if everyone's so obsessed with this stuff. I'm just not. He said Greeks and Turks will be at war. Did he say that? Okay, let's look into this. Greeks will fight with Turkey. Okay, did he say this? Did he say this? All right, hold on. Let's look into this. Did he actually say this? Hold on one second. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out the truth. I'm not reading anything here about Greeks fighting. I'm just not reading it. The Russians would absolutely love to keep Constantinople. LOL. Russia somewhat still considers itself as a yeah, exactly. It's just I just don't. Here's a link to the timeline. The chat does not accept links, so I won't be able to see it. He just says that Turkey will be dissected. I'm not seeing anything here about a war. War between Greece and Turkey. All right, hold up. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing a war with Turkey will lead to a restoration of a greater Greece. Not seeing it, guys. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. All right, so we're done with this Paiseos thing. Hello, Chevy. Check out that timeline and site. What timeline? I can't see any links. Time will tell. Time will tell, but I just don't see that happening. I don't know. I feel like Greece's army is not that popping. Nobody ever discusses Greece. That's true. I'm sure they have a great air force, and I'm sure they have a great navy, but they have a very small population. They got 10 million people, and Turkey has, what, 83, 85 million people? Sounds like nonsense. can finally hear the music. It's the violin music from the merchant in Elden Ring. It's beautiful music. I absolutely love it. Let's see. I want to show you guys something here. Hold on. So the Israelis are losing their homes and they are losing their minds. I'll show you guys this article that came out recently. Losing their homes and losing their minds in this war that Israel started. And it says here, over 2,300 Israelis evacuated from their homes due to Iran war damage. Now, Israel is getting a taste of its own medicine. It is getting just a very small sample of what it inflicted on the Gazans. And the Israelis are not just losing their homes, they're losing their minds. There has been an outbreak in mental illness in Israel. People going crazy, people losing their minds with anxiety and paranoia and hysteria because they are seeing the bombs landing and they are seeing waves of Iranian missiles hitting Israel. And they're terrified. They're terrified. And it says here, Israel's health ministry said at least 500 of those evacuated due to missile and shrapnel damage from missiles launched by Iran received initial mental health treatment. And it says here, I'll make this a little bit bigger. Hold on. I'll make the text a little bit bigger. Israel's health ministry reported on Friday that 2,328 Israeli residents whose homes were damaged by Iranian strikes since the beginning of the war have been evacuated. According to the ministry, the evacuees were sent to 20 different hotels, and around 500 of them have so far received initial mental health treatment from resilience teams and mental health professionals. 41% of the evacuees in hotels are residents of the Tel Aviv district, 33% are from the Jerusalem district, and 23% are from the southern district, according to the health ministry. They are being accommodated in hotels in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Beersheba, Haifa, Ramat Gan, Bnei Brak, Netanya, Petah Tikva, and Neva Ilan. And so this does not help the economy. This is not helping the economy at all. They're not making money. They're not really buying a whole lot of stuff. This doesn't help the economy. Israel is going to be hurt economically because of this. And I think that's pretty obvious. So it says here, aid centers in Israel have also reported a surge in the number of calls to mental health support lines in the past week. The ERAN, or ARAN, Emotional First Aid Organization, reported a 40% increase on the first day of fighting compared to the week prior, and also an increase on the third day of fighting after Warfront opened on Israel's northern border. In the first 3 days, the organization's aid centers received 2,879 calls. According to Iran data, most of them dealt with feelings of anxiety, worry, and mental distress. What do you think the Palestinians were going through when you guys were incinerating them by the thousands in 6,000 plus degree Fahrenheit temperatures? What do you think they were going through when you were burning them alive as you guys were laughing and dancing? Now all of a sudden we're hearing about anxiety and paranoia. And it says here that a lot of the people who have been feeling this anxiety and distress are young people up to the age of 24. And it says here at the Natal National Trauma Center organization, as well as the health maintenance organizations, also reported a surge in the number of calls. So people are going crazy in Israel. They just can't believe that they are vulnerable. They can't believe that they can actually get hit. And now they're watching their country getting hit over and over again. And then you look at this article. Everyone in this country has gone insane. This is an article that I read, and it's written by an Israeli writer by the name of Gideon Levy. And Mr. Levy says here, not a single voice of reason to be found among the pundits, politicians, and general public, who all run to the shelters on an hourly basis, but smile when they emerge, praising the Iran war and the blessings it brings. So they're going crazy. They're watching their country getting bombed. They're watching the missiles landing. They're filled with paranoia and anxiety. But at the same time, in the midst of all of this, within Israeli society, there is this delusion. They are under great delusion, thinking God is on our side no matter what we do. We are God's chosen people no matter what. We will always win. And so because of this hubris, because of this arrogance, because of this unbridled, dangerously unbridled confidence, they are drunk by their own delusion. And so that's why you see them dancing. That's why you see them smiling. That's why you see them acting very strange and bizarre and hysterical. And so because of their delusional way of thinking, they are pursuing their own destruction. And it reminds me of an historical reality that was a very real phenomenon during the Roman-Judean War, recounted by the Roman Jewish historian Josephus. And if you have not read Josephus's account of the Roman Judean War, I highly recommend that you read it from beginning to end, because not only is it very informative, it is a masterpiece of literature. But Josephus also talks about a very similar phenomenon, in which the people of Judea, which is today Israel, were under delusion. They were living in hubris. They were drunk off of their own arrogance. And they really believed that they could take on the Roman Empire. They really believed that they could fight against the most powerful empire in the world at that time and prevail. And they really believed that God was on their side, that God was going to win the war for them. And Josephus tells us that there was a rabbi. He was the governor of the temple at that time. I believe his name was Ananias. And Ananias, being the governor of the temple, had a lot of influence and he had a lot of power. And the Roman government allowed the temple to have a lot of influence and power so as to keep the peace in Judea and make it easier for the Romans to rule over that land. And so the way that it worked was there was a harmony between the temple and the Roman government. And the way that it worked was that the Roman government would have relations with the temple, and the temple would do a sacrifice on behalf of the Caesar. And so it was a way to maintain peace with the Roman government. Well, we are going to honor Caesar. We're going to express our alliance with Caesar by doing a sacrifice on his behalf. And the Caesar liked it because it showed loyalty. It did not show a sign of rebellion. So Ananias says, you know what? I'm not going to do the sacrifice, the yearly sacrifice on behalf of the Caesar. I'm not going to do it. To hell with the Caesar. In fact, I'm going to go a step further than that. Ananias said, I make a decree that no foreigner will ever be allowed to do a sacrifice in the temple. And there were some very astute and wise and learned men around Ananias. And they said, Ananias, you don't want to do this. If you do this, you will be declaring war on the Roman government. And Josephus tells us that the voice of the unwise, drowned out the voice of the wise. The unwise drowned out the wise and prevailed over the wise. And the wise were ignored. And Ananias went forward with his mission. And he made a decree stating that no foreigner will be allowed to sacrifice in the temple, and we will do no sacrifice on behalf of the Caesar. The Caesar heard that, and he said, well, that's a declaration of war, and the Roman-Judean War was commenced. The point being that the Judeans were so delusional with their unbridled confidence, with their hubris, with their arrogance, that they committed themselves to something that was impossible for them to do. They committed themselves to a mission that was impossible, which was, in their case, defeating the Roman Empire. And they lost. They lost. And over 1 million Judeans were killed. So you fast forward to today, and you see Israel is plagued with delusion. They're thinking, we're going to take on the Persians. We're going to take on Iran. Only a mad country would do this. And you see, you have a lot of people, sadly to say, but you have a lot of people, especially in the pro-Palestine world, that make it out to be that Israel is ran by super Jews who are so intelligent, so in control of everything, so brilliant, so powerful, that they know exactly what they're doing, that the Israelis know exactly what they're doing, to the point where they can make very reckless decisions, and they know that they're going to prevail because they're so smart, and they're so brilliant, and they're so powerful. The problem with this opinion, the problem with this perspective, is that it ignores the folly of human arrogance. And it also ignores the folly of human arrogance and how hubris leads to a nation's downfall, and how one can see numerous examples of this in history. In other words, it's not far-fetched for a country to do something that is destructive and delusional, because we've seen this numerous times. People think that if a country chooses to do something that is destructive, that country must know what it's doing, so much so that they already have a plan to deal with the repercussions of their decisions, and therefore they will prevail always in the end. The Germans thought this. The Germans decided to invade Russia. Do you know how insane you have to be to invade Russia? Do you know how delusional and how filled with arrogance you have to be to invade a country as large as Russia? You have to be insane, absolutely insane. And the Germans were told by their government that invading Russia would be a breeze, that it would be a cakewalk. And the German soldiers really believed it. I mean, they didn't know any better. They were a bunch of 19-year-olds, 18-year-old men. They didn't know any better. But there is a letter that you can read from a correspondence by a Wehrmacht soldier, in which he says, we walk and we walk and we walk and we walk for miles, for days on end, without seeing a single soul. And it was at this point that we have realized that invading this country was a terrible idea. So Israel is making a decision, and they have made a series of decisions that will get them closer to their end. And some of these decisions have already gotten Israel closer to its end. It's because they're delusional. The whole country is delusional. The whole country has been possessed by a diabolical spirit that has moved them into self-destruction, just like Judas. He betrayed Christ. He had a game plan. I'm going to betray Christ. I'm going to get my money. I'll be rich. And he ended up destroying himself. Ahab had a game plan. The king of Israel, Ahab. Go read the book of Kings, 1 Kings chapter 22. Ahab declared war on the Syrians. He was very arrogant, very confident. And when the prophet Micaiah told him, you're going to lose, he was so angered by this that he threw Micaiah into prison. He really thought he was going to win. He went into Syria. He lost. And the Israelis also want to fight in Syria. They want to go to war in Syria. They want to fight against the Turks in Syria. They're not going to win. So this article here gives us really a description of the delusional way of thinking that is possessing the Israeli populace. So it says here, where was it determined that wartime is also a time for stupidity? Who wrote that when the cannons roar, the muses are not only silent, but ought to be ashamed? It's been a long time coming, but what has happened to the public discourse in Israel this week is shattering all record lows. And remember, this is an Israeli talking here. This is not some American guy who criticizes Israel. This is a full-blooded Israeli, Gideon Levy, talking. And he says here, ultra-nationalist. We're used to it already. Militaristic. That's normal too. So militarism, ultra-nationalism, these things are the norm in Israel. And they are signs of madness possessing Israel. We're going to invade Iran. We're going to go to war with Iran. We're going to go to war against Turkey. We're going to fight everybody. We're going to fight everybody. Because they have a messianic way of thinking, a cultic messianic way of thinking that harkens us back to something called the War Scroll in ancient Judaism. Well, I should say not ancient Judaism, but in the Judaism that Christ was fighting against, I should say. But if you read the War Scroll, if you want an idea of what Jesus was fighting against, Jesus was fighting against Judean ultranationalism and tribalism. And in the time of Christ, there was a book called the War Scroll. And the War Scroll had a prophecy that said that the Judeans will rise up and will defeat the entire world. Go read it for yourself if you don't believe me. You can read it for yourself, the War Scroll. And the War Scroll says that the Judeans, alongside the Levitical priests, are going to go into battle, and the Levites are going to blow the trumpets of war, and the Judeans will first fight all of the sons of Shem, the Arabs, the Assyrians, etc. And then after we defeat all of the sons of Shem, we will then fight against all of the sons of Ham, the Africans, and we will then crush all of the Africans. And then once we're done defeating all of the sons of Ham, then we will defeat all the sons of Japheth. And that will be a much more difficult war. But according to the War Scroll, the Judeans will prevail and they will defeat all the sons of Japheth. The sons of Japheth being the Europeans. We will defeat all the Europeans. And so when the Judeans went to war against the Romans, they had this in their minds, that they were going to defeat everybody. We're going to beat everyone. That way of thinking continued on. And it's been perpetuated to this day. It's still here, that way of thinking. So you see ultranationalism, militarism prevailing in Israeli society. You see settler violence being done against Palestinians, Palestinian Muslims, and Christians. And this settler violence is accepted as good by the Israeli hardliners, who are now really representing the majority of the country, or they are at least getting close to being the majority of the country. And Mr. Levy goes on to say, everything is right aligned. There is no room for doubts, for opposition, for question marks, or anything less than respect and praise for the Israeli Defense Forces. So worship of the military. This is a very clear sign of a military cult controlling a country. And he says here, only patriotism in the television and radio studios and on social media. What's different this time is the level of the discourse, or we should say it's unfathomably low level. Never before has it been so hollow, cliched, and stupefying. So he's saying that the Israeli media all of Israeli political discourse is dominated by fanaticism. And he says here, a former soccer player is considered the voice of wisdom, a military police officer, the voice of morality. So now what is moral is determined by the IDF, according to Mr. Levy. And he's right. He is right. Within Israeli society, what is considered moral is determined by the IDF. Hence why you will read stories about IDF soldiers raping male Palestinian detainees, sodomizing male Palestinian detainees. And in one case, in at least one case, although this has happened numerous times, the IDF took a Palestinian man and they pinned him to a toilet, they pulled his pants down, and they had a dog sodomize him. This actually happened. You can look into this. And this has happened numerous times in the Stade Timon prison camp. And they have sodomized male Palestinian detainees. And the Israelis have said that this is acceptable because the men who are being sodomized are terrorists. This is what they've said. So if they deem someone a terrorist, they believe that they have the right to rape that person. And so the spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah is possessing their souls. Because if you read the book of Genesis, what does it say? It says that the people of Sodom and Gomorrah wanted to rape the two angels because Lot said, hey, what you guys are doing is evil. And the Sodomites and the Gomorrahites told Lot, well, Lot, we have the right to rape the two men who have visited you. So what was considered moral was determined by the mob in Sodom and Gomorrah. And St. John calls Jerusalem Sodom and Egypt. And so the spirit of Sodom has possessed Israel. And that is why they will agree to all sorts of egregious acts, and they will esteem those egregious acts as moral and as morally necessary to do. It's pretty sickening stuff. So he says here, every Persian Jew is a pundit. That's pretty funny. To the sock puppets, otherwise known as military correspondents, and their peers covering foreign affairs, who have also joined the chorus, a new cadre of analysts has been added. A type that never before filled the airwaves and social media so densely and with such exclusivity, barrages of brainwashing, the likes of which have never been seen here before. So the massive amounts of disillusionment, not disillusionment, but the massive amounts of madness possessing the Israeli society is at levels never before seen. I mean, even in the 1960s and the 70s, even in the early 2000s, it wasn't as sick as it is now. And it's only going to get worse. It's like what Jesus said about the Judeans. He said that this generation is like a man who is possessed by one demon. That demon leaves and brings back 7 more demons. And now the man is 7, 8 times more possessed. So in other words, the Judeans were becoming more and more demonic. And the Israelis are going to become more and more under the influence of the diabolical. So it says here, in journalist Sharon Gal's studio, the party is in full swing. Israeli arms sales will reach new heights, and everyone is buzzing in delight. So they don't care about all the people they've killed. They don't care about the fact that this war is destructive to Israel. No. What matters to the Israeli public is, well, the stock for the stock market for the Israeli arms industry has gone up tremendously. It's gone up precipitously. It's amazing. It's unprecedented. And this Sharon Gal goes on to say, assembly lines all over India. We took India. We need 1.4 billion Indians to manufacture for us. So the Israelis are so happy because the Indians are going to be manufacturing weapons for the Israelis. And the Israelis and the Indians are deepening their security ties so as to hinder and to undermine the Turco-Pakistani alliance, because a Turkish-Pakistani alliance would be very detrimental to the Israelis geopolitically and security-wise, because that would mean you would have the massive armies of both Pakistan and Turkey being against Israel. And then also on top of that, Pakistan is a nuclear-armed country. So he goes on to say, what a promising new world this war will open for us. Now it isn't only about the redemption of the land, but about money. Lots of money. The incitement knows no bounds. A protester passing a TV broadcaster at breakneck speed is a national scandal that requires severe punishment. So some protester in Israel walks past some TV broadcaster. Oh, it's a crime. It's terrible. He went against this right-wing TV broadcaster. It's awful because the fanatics have taken over the country. A settler who kills two farmers elicits nothing but a yawn. Settlers can kill Palestinians as much as they want. No one gives a damn. So a complete and utter disregard for human life, mass ultranationalistic delusionment or delusion, mass ultranationalistic madness, a fanatical cult of blood and soil. These are all characteristics of a fascist, militaristic, cultic society that, like the rest of the countries that had those characteristics, is paving the path towards its own destruction. Just like Nazi Germany paved the path to its own destruction, just like the Carthaginians under Hannibal. Because of their arrogance, they thought we could defeat the Roman Empire, and they only paved the path towards their own destruction. Hannibal had numerous victories over the Romans, and he thought, I'm going to win. The gods are on my side. And because of his own arrogance, he was defeated, and Carthage was destroyed. And the Israelis are following the path of Hannibal. They are following the path of Nazi Germany. Anyway, I'll read your guys' comments. One second. Hold on. Alon Mitzrahi pointed out that Israel can only get crazier and can only escalate. Yup. They want someone else to do the fighting. That's true, they do. But is America? See, the thing is America going to be sending ground troops? That's the question. Is America going to be sending ground troops? And if Donald Trump sends ground troops, I don't care if he sends 3,000 people. If he sends ground troops, it'll be political suicide. So that's what's hindering Donald Trump from going all out. The hubris of Trump thinking he can anoint the new Ayatollah. That actually could happen. That could, but we'll see. The star of Ramfan, the false god. Yup. Vladimir Putin is going to send Hegseth a Christmas card. Okay. They think they are untouchable and unstoppable. Now that is delusion. Absolutely. Pride goeth before the fall. Absolutely. When you understand their arrogance, you know how to beat them. Very true. They are ignoring Jesus. They hate Jesus. So yes. Chutzpah come before the fall, yup. I've done a number of videos on Josephus, but maybe I should do it again. I don't know. You have such a dramatic voice. Appreciate it. Thank you. Theodore, my Jewish... I'm not Jewish. But thank you. Roman Catholic. Respect you and your work, my friend. Let's keep going. Appreciate that, Mr. George Washington. Bad audio. My audio was working the whole time I was watching my audio. It was registering. It was working. So just refresh the page. Can you talk more about Tucker Carlson video? Yeah, well, I'll talk more about it. They think they have the secret magic to control their idea of God. True. They think they can use God like a magic spell. Do you know the name of the journalist who truthfully wrote the truth about what's happening over there? We're getting out. I don't know what you're talking about. Every dog has their day. Very true. Eschaton Vigil. All right, I'll check it out. Anti-war protests in Tel Aviv by 21 people. Yeah, they're a minority. They are good people in Israel. They are, but they're a minority. That's the problem. Let's see here. I think Israel is not real will hit Al-Aqsa. If that happens, and I think that they're going to try to either just take over Al-Aqsa, make it into a temple or a synagogue, or they're going to try to destroy Al-Aqsa. I mean, you're talking about a bloodbath. Didn't Alexander win like 18 battles, half of which he was severely outnumbered? I've never really studied seriously Alexander the Great's battle tactics, but I'll just take your word for it that he did win an outnumbered. Yes, it's very possible for an outnumbered army to defeat a larger army. That is very true. Very true. Numbers aren't everything. That is very true. Look at England versus France. Look at Prussia versus the other German states. Look at a lot of the Confederate battles that took place during the Civil War. The Confederates were able to defeat the Union Army, even though they had like 15,000 soldiers and they were fighting against, I want to say 45 or 50,000 soldiers, something like that. And the Confederates were able to win in that battle. So yes, numbers are not everything. What's up, Theo? Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sam. Time will tell regarding the prophecy. You're correct. Iran just has to survive. That's true. That's true. But you know, the same thing could have been said for Bashar al-Assad's regime. And Bashar al-Assad's regime was able to survive for over a decade. And it eventually just toppled. So I think that a regime, a government, can only take so much before it just breaks apart. And I think that's what the Americans are hoping for. I think it's quite obvious. Jewish Voices for Peace. I'm sure they're great people. I'm happy you're on. Well, I'm happy to be here. Happy that you're here with us, Susan. Thank you. If I were part of the 20%, I would get the hell out of there. I completely agree. In fact, I know a guy who lives in Israel, and he is a peace activist, and we've talked on the phone several times. And I told him, I said, I think you should get the hell out of Israel. And he told me, he said, you're right. Israel is a country that is bent for self-destruction. That's what he told me. So, absolutely. God bless the minority there. Absolutely. Amen. Hello, Theodore. Hello, Stylist. Hannibal's name means grace of Baal. Interesting. 1 in 10 Israelis. I'm not sure the exact number, but I know it's very small. Putin mentioned Carlson's CIA attempt to work there. He instantly stopped smiling. Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, I know that Tucker's dad was in the CIA, so I'm sure Tucker has connections to the CIA. Hence why he's so famous, and hence why he's got all this insight. Why do they hate Jesus? Because Jesus... I mean, there's a whole bunch of answers for that. I don't know. Let me think about it. Hopefully I'll give you guys an answer. Let my brain think about it. I just saw a reel from Greg Stoker sounding the alarm about how likely there will be boots on the ground as active duty units are getting deployment orders. Let me look this up. Greg Stoker. I don't know. I'll have to look into it later. Ground troops in Iran. Oh boy. Oh boy. I hope this is not true. I hope this is not true, guys. Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. Oh my God, I hope this is just a rumor. I hope this is not true. The president's private comments have not focused on a large-scale ground invasion of Iran, but rather on the idea of a small contingent of U.S. troops that would be used for specific strategic purposes, sources say. President Donald Trump has privately expressed serious interest in deploying U.S. troops on the ground inside of Iran, according to 2 U.S. officials, a former U.S. official, and another person with knowledge of the conversations. Trump has discussed the idea of deploying ground troops with aides and Republican officials outside the White House while outlining his vision for a post-war Iran in which Iran's uranium is secure and the U.S. and a new Iranian regime cooperate on oil... Oh my God. I'm going to read that one again. This is too interesting. So Trump has discussed the idea of deploying ground troops with aides and Republican officials, etc., while outlining his vision for a post-war Iran. So they're already talking about a new Iran with a new regime. They're already talking about what they're going to do once the regime is toppled. So they have a vision for a post-war Iran in which Iran's uranium is secure and the U.S. and a new Iranian regime cooperate on oil production. Oh my God, guys. If this happens, if they actually make a new Iranian regime, it's only going to accelerate the end of Israel. It is. I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it again. If they make a new regime in Iran, and they say, we have a new regime, it's pro-America, it's aligned with the West, it's aligned with NATO and the European Union, it will accelerate the end of Israel. Because, and I've said this many times, and I'll say it again, because if you have an Iran aligned with the West, aligned with America, then Turkey could come right in and say, well, because Iran is now friendly with America, we're just going to deepen our security ties with the Iranians right in the open without worrying about any ire, any anger, or any protest from the United States. And the Turco-Iranian axis will become bigger. And the Israelis are going to complain. They're going to say, look, Turkey and Iran are getting stronger. And I'm just going to say, that's if this actually happens, and if I'm still alive, God willing, they're going to say, look, the Iranian-Turco axis it's getting stronger. It's a threat. This is Nazi Germany. Are you going to be a Winston Churchill, or are you going to be a Neville Chamberlain? It's your decision. You pick the path which you wish to tread upon. Are you going to be on the right side of history or not? And America's not going to give a damn. They're not going to give a damn because they're going to say, well, now we have Iran in our sphere of influence. Turkey is already within our sphere of influence. Now we have an Iran that we can use against Russia right on its underbelly, because Iran is right on the southern part. Iran is right in the southern hemisphere of Russia. It's right near Russia's south. The only thing separating Iran from Russia is Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Armenia. That's it. So they're going to want to use this Iran. And if you have a regime change in Iran, America will not mind seeing Iran becoming more powerful. They will not mind it, because then they will be able to use Iran as a weapon against the Russians and the Chinese. So that is something that the Americans would just love. This war against Iran, here's what you have to understand. This war against Iran has nothing to do with democracy, freedom, fighting terrorism. That is all a bunch of bullshit that only boomers who watch Fox News believe in. And that is I'm going to say it. Am I going to step on someone's shoes here if I say this? That is something that Asmongold fans will believe. Asmongold has basically become a repackaged boomer. I hate to say it because I've enjoyed watching his video game commentary for years. Now he has become a political streamer. It's fine, whatever. We all have changes in interests. It's okay. I have no issue with that. But the guy is basically reviving old right-wing boomer talk radio. And so I listen to Asmongold. I'm thinking, am I listening to like early 2000s right-wing radio or what? Because this guy is just pounding the war drums. He's like a revived Michael Savage right now, or something close to that, something adjacent to that. But people who believe that are just tools. This has nothing to do with fighting terrorism. America, listen, during the Iraq War, America supported the very Shiite terrorists that Iran was supporting. America did the Iraq War, and Iran wanted the Iraq War to remove Saddam Hussein. America's war in Iraq was to the benefit of Iran. We helped Iran, and we knew that we were helping Iran. So all this stuff about, it's about war on terror, that is a load of horseshit. And if you believe that, you're a tool, all right? At this point, you're a tool. By now, people should know better that it's a load of garbage. This has nothing to do with fighting terrorism. This has everything to do with invading Iran. This is an invasion. What Iran is going through is an invasion. They will say, well, Iran was responsible for 9/11. That is bullshit, because the people who did 9/11 were Sunnis. And if you are of the conspiratorial persuasion, then you will also conclude that the people behind 9/11 were a part of the Zio apparatus. But that's a whole other level of inquiry. But if you look at the official story, the official narrative of 9/11, the people behind 9/11 were Sunnis. They weren't Shiites. And after 9/11, we were working with the Iranians to go against the Sunni terrorists. So they had nothing to do with 9/11. That's a bunch of nonsense. Saudi Arabia, if you look at the 9/11 Commission report, Saudi Arabia is mentioned many times. Iran is only mentioned, one or two times. Iran helped us in the war on terror. This has nothing to do with terrorism, and it has everything to do with an invasion. We will talk about 9/11, and we'll say, look, we got invaded on 9/11 and they killed 3,000 of our people. And that's a tragedy. Absolutely. But what we are doing to Iran right now is another 9/11. We are the terrorists in this case. America is the terrorist in this situation. And America is doing a 9/11 attack against Iran. America and Israel. slaughtering elementary school children, killing civilians, bombing civilian infrastructure, and calling it a righteous war. And then you see Lindsey Graham, that sodomite, that member of Sodom, Lindsey Graham, saying, well, if any soldiers die, they will have died a noble death. Well, the freaking Al-Qaeda and the ISIS people think the same way. Well, if you die in the cause of jihad, then it's a noble death. Allahu Akbar. And in Lindsey Graham's case, it's Israel, O Akbar. Israel, O Akbar. It's a religion. It's a cult of death. We are dealing with a death cult. We will sit here and say, oh, the Ayatollah, it's a death cult. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, okay, fine. It's a cult. I'm not going to argue that. But America also has a cult. America has a death cult. Die for America. Die for Israel. Die for this thing called democracy. This pie in the sky concept called democracy and freedom and all this stuff. And it's a giant death cult. And human life means nothing to these people. It means absolutely nothing to these people. And so we'll say, oh, 9/11 was terrible. And it was. But what we are doing to Iran is another 9/11 to Iran. And we've killed over 1,000 people. What happens when we have killed 3,000 people? That's a 9/11. What happens when we have killed 4,000 people? Then at that point, we will have surpassed the death count of 9/11. We're the terrorists here. We're not the good guys. We're not. We are not the good guys here. And, oh, Iran has ballistic missiles. Oh, they have ballistic missiles. Well, after invading them, you can't blame them for wanting ballistic missiles. You've just justified the reason why they have ballistic missiles. You've just justified the reason why they want a nuclear bomb. Every country wants a nuclear bomb. If you have a nuclear bomb, that means you're in the club of powerful countries. That means you're in the club of countries that other countries have to take seriously. Pakistan, it has nuclear weapons. France has nuclear weapons. The UK has nuclear weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons. America has nuclear weapons. China has nuclear weapons. Russia has nuclear weapons. So all of these countries have nuclear weapons, and because of that, they're part of the club that the rest of the world has to take seriously. Because you don't want to mess with a nuclear country. What being armed with nuclear weapons means is that you have to be taken seriously. And people just can't invade you willy-nilly. That's what that means. And so the Israelis are saying, well, we can't allow them to have a nuke. Oh, we're just going to invade them. Iran is saying, this is why we need a nuke. Because we don't want you just to freaking invade us all the time. This is why, and the Israelis say, well, we can't allow them to have ballistic missiles. And the Iranians are saying, you are proving the point. You are proving as to why we need ballistic missiles to strike your ass when you attack us. So this whole thing is nonsense. So Iran is defending itself. They always say, Israel has a right to defend itself. Sure, yeah, it does. So does Iran. There's no double standard here. So the Iranians have a right to defend themselves, and this is an invasion. We are invading Iran because we want to colonize Iran. Iran is not a part of America's empire. America wants to make Iran as a part of its empire so that America can control the Strait of Hormuz, so that America can control Russia's underbelly, so that America can use Iran as a proxy against Russia, just like it uses Ukraine, so that America can hinder China's main trade route in Iran, because Iran is China's main trade route, the Silk Road, and China needs that for its economy. We want to cut the Chinese off from that. And we want to just invade Iran, take all of its resources, just like we did in Libya, just like we did in Iraq, just like we did in Syria. We're taking the resources. We're taking control of the resources. It's the same playbook. This is an invasion. That's it. All this talk about terrorism is a load of bullshit. Anyway, so now we're getting this report here that Trump is thinking about sending ground troops. Not a lot, but a small contingent of ground troops. Is that going to be 3,000 soldiers? 2,000 soldiers? How many soldiers were in Syria? They recently got withdrawn, but how many soldiers were in Syria? 2000. America withdrew them before attacking Iran. And they withdrew out of most of the U.S. Army bases in Syria. Who filled up those bases? The Syrian army, which is really a bunch of terrorists, Al-Qaeda terrorists that we call a professional army, but they're not really a professional army. They're a bunch of Al-Qaeda guys. And they're backed by the Turkish military. So we gave those bases to Turkey. So America withdrew most of its soldiers out of Syria, from 2,000 soldiers, I want to say, to 900 soldiers. So now there's only 900 soldiers left in Syria, last I checked. The empty American bases were filled up by Turkey's proxies, the Syrian army. So now those bases are being ran by Turkey. So we're seeing Turkey getting more powerful in Syria. And if America takes over Iran, Turkey is also going to enter Iran. Because the Americans are going to say, well, we need help to rule Iran, and we don't want to be the people who have to hold all the burden taking care of Iran. So Turkey borders with Iran, have them deal with it. So Turkey will become more powerful. So if you have regime change, Turkey's getting more powerful. If you have a civil war in Iran, Turkey will become more powerful because Turkey will enter Iran. If you have a Kurdish insurgency in Iran, and they're talking very seriously about this, Turkey will enter under the pretext of fighting the Kurdish insurgency. No matter how you look at it, Turkey's going to get bigger. And Israel knows this. So now they're anticipating a future conflict with Turkey. And so they want to pull America into a war against Turkey. That's why a missile was fired at Turkey. They blamed it on the Iranians. I refuse to believe that the Iranians fired a missile towards Turkey. Why would Iran want to do that? Why would Iran hit a NATO country knowing that it could trigger Article 5 against it? Why would Iran do that? In fact, Iran has denied firing the missile. And you can't say, well, of course they're going to deny it because they don't want to be caught. Bullshit. Because the Iranians hit the Kurds in Iraq just recently. They bombed the Kurds in Iraq, because they know that the Kurds in Iraq are going to be used as proxies by the Americans against the Iranians, and that the Kurdish insurgents are going to be traveling from Iraq into Iran. So the Iranians hit the Kurds in Iraq. And the Iranians didn't deny it. The Iranians didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. No, the Iranians said, no, we did hit the Kurds. Don't mess with us. Don't be sending no Kurdish terrorists over here. We'll hit them. And so they're talking about this missile that almost hit Turkey, and then the Turks shot it down. The Iranians are saying we didn't do that. So who did? Well, Tucker Carlson talks about Israeli Mossad agents being caught in Saudi Arabia trying to bomb an oil facility in Saudi Arabia. So who's to say that this wasn't Israel launching a missile at Turkey, trying to push the Turks to go to war against the Iranians, so that the Iranians and the Turks can fight and kill each other, and Iran will get weaker, and Turkey will get weaker, and Israel will get stronger. That is the goal. This is like, and don't act as if this is not out of the realm of possibility. Or don't act as if this is out of the realm of possibility. Because what happened a number of years ago? Did not Ukraine fire a missile towards Poland? Remember that bullshit? Remember a missile was fired from Ukraine? Oh, and it landed in Poland? And then some poor Polish farmer got killed? Do you remember that? And there were people saying, oh my God, Russia just hit Poland. Oh my God, the freaking NATO's going to declare war. They're going to declare Article 5, Article 9, whatever article it is. Oh my God, this is World War III. And guess what? NATO never rallied together for war against Russia. Poland never declared war against Russia. There was no NATO meeting where the NATO guys got together and said, oh, we got to go to war now. Our ally Poland got hit. Because everyone and their mother knew that fucking Zelensky, that merchant, that cocaine addict, was the one who launched the missile. And then he was acting as if Russia was the one who launched the missile. Oh, Russia launched the missile. Russia launched the missile. Russia, they hit Poland. And Poland's like, fuck you. You want to pull us into a war, Mr. Merchant? Ain't going to happen. So now they're trying to play the same game. And if it was truly Iran that launched a missile towards Turkey, Okay, ask yourself this question. Why didn't the NATO members get together and declare Article 5? Why didn't they? Because it's bullshit. There was no Iranian missile that was heading towards Turkey. It's a lie. It didn't happen. It's bullshit. But people fall for these stories. Like, oh, well, there was a missile. I heard it. People ask me, Chad, did you hear about the missile? Oh, the missile, man. Oh, my God. World War II. Shut up. Just shut up. Stop believing bullshit. Seriously. They're pushing us to war. That's what this is. That's what this is, guys. They know it's Israel. Absolutely, they know it's Israel. Just like Zelensky, he was trying to play the same game. So, hold on a second. So it says here, the president's comments expressing serious interest in deploying ground troops have not focused on a large-scale ground invasion of Iran, but rather on the idea of a small contingent of U.S. troops that would be used for specific strategic purposes, the U.S. officials, blah, 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 said. Okay, so you know what they're talking about here? They knew when they launched this war, they knew that the idea of sending ground troops on a massive scale was not going to be politically advantageous. They knew, and they still know this, that sending ground troops is political suicide. So what are they going to do? They're going to say, well, maybe we can send 2,000, 3,000 troops, blah, blah, blah. If they send, let's say that this happens, and they send a small contingent of American troops into Iran, what are these troops going to be doing? They're going to be helping the Kurds. That's right. They're going to be helping the Kurds. There's about 10 million or so ethnic Kurds living in Iran, specifically in western Iran. These Iranians, these Kurdish Iranians, are very separatist, and they have a dream of creating this thing called Greater Kurdistan. So basically, the Kurds, the reality is that the Kurds should have been given their own state. They should have been just given their own state, call it Kurdistan, and we just would have relaxed, right, from this whole thing. But no, the British said, no, it's Syria, Iraq, Iran, there we go, there's the borders. And so you have all these diaspora Kurds who are stateless, and they're all living in Iran, Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and if you really just give them a state, then countries like Turkey and Iraq and Iran would not have to be worrying about Kurdish separatism, but that's a different issue. So the Iraqi Kurds are part of a separatist group called the Peshmerga. Peshmerga is a Kurdish word. It means those who face death. It's a pretty fearsome title for a soldier. Those who face death. And the Peshmerga work in conjunction. They network with the Kurdish separatists in Iran. And one of the biggest Kurdish separatist groups in Iran is called PJAK or PJAK. PJAK and the Peshmerga work together. So what the Americans want to do is they want to basically make an army of Kurdish fighters, arm them and work with them, and use them as ground troops against the Iranian military. So if you send a small contingent of American soldiers, that's what they're going to be doing. They're going to be working with the Kurds. The thing about this plan, which is very interesting to me, is that the Turks are very much against this. Very much against this idea of arming more Kurdish separatists. Because Western Iran borders with Turkey. And Turkey just recently solved its Kurdish insurgency problem. For many, many years, decades really, Turkey has been dealing with Turkish separatists, and it has specifically been dealing with the Kurdish separatist organization called the PKK. PKK works with the Peshmerga in Iraq, and they work with the separatists in Iran. They all work together. Well, the Kurds in Turkey recently finally surrendered. And the leader of the PKK, Mr. Öcalan, said, we're done with the fighting. The war is over. And Turkey has said, great. And not too long after that, the Kurds in Syria, the SDF, or the Syrian Democratic Forces, which is really just the YPG, which is a Kurdish paramilitary organization. The SDF said, we're not going to give up. Israel's going to back us up. And Israel said, no, we're not. Turkey went in there, defeated the Kurdish separatists in Syria, and that was the end of that problem. So Turkey sort of breathed a breath of relief and said, okay, we've dealt with the Kurdish problem in our own country, and now we have just dealt with the Kurdish separatist problem in Syria. We're happy with this. And now the Israelis and the Americans are saying, oh, we're going to arm the Kurds in Iran. We're going to work with them. And Turkey's saying, okay, you want to play this game? Now we're going to have to deal with Kurdish separatists in Iran. And if the PKK in Turkey starts getting a little bit amped up and a little bit overconfident about this, and they start acting militant against Turkey, because they feel empowered by the rise of Kurdish separatists in Iran, we're going to have to deal with them. That means killing people. And if PKK and PJAK start working together in Iran, right near our eastern border, we're going to have to deal with that. And the Turks have made no secret about what they will do. They have made it very clear. The Turkish foreign minister, Mr. Hakan Fidan, made it very clear. He said, we will send troops into Iran. This is what he said. We will send troops into northwestern Iran. Because the ethnic Kurds in Iran, they live in western Iran. And that includes northwestern Iran. So the Turks will say, we're going to go right in there. And that will be the expansion of Turkey. Turkey will get stronger. And Israel will have to deal with that. So it says here, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said, this story is based on assumptions from anonymous sources who are not part of the president's national security team, blah, blah, blah. And then she went on to say, President Trump always wisely keeps all options open. But anyone trying to insinuate he is in favor of one option or another proves they have no real seat at the table. So we don't know if this is going to happen, but it could. And if it does happen, it could be politically suicidal for Trump if he does this. Because if you have enough dead American soldiers, it's not going to look good. Publicly, Trump has not ruled out putting U.S. troops on the ground in Iran. And Trump himself said this. He said, I even ruled out sending ground troops into Iran. His private discussions about the idea show a president perhaps more willing to consider talking with such a step than his public comments on the issue so far have suggested. Any deployment of American troops inside of Iran could increase the scale and scope of the war and escalate the risks to American forces. Trump has privately described to aides and Republican officials outside the White House that his ideal outcome in Iran is one like the emerging dynamic between the U.S. and Venezuela. Since American special forces captured Nicolas Maduro in January, the current U.S. officials and former U.S. officials said, blah, blah, blah. So listen, America invaded a Mexican restaurant. This Venezuela thing, it's not impressive. I was never impressed by it. For one thing, Venezuela is a very poor and weak country. Its economy is garbage. It's nothing. Its currency is nothing. It's worthless. And so Venezuela is a poor, helpless country. And what America did to Venezuela is sort of like what the AIDS virus does to one's body. It destroys the immune system until really the common cold enters your body and kills you. So Venezuela really was broken down to the point where America just entered and took the president. So America took over a Mexican restaurant, and America arrested the owner of said Mexican restaurant and then began to talk about how great they are and began to talk about how great America is and how we're so unstoppable. And so the Americans thought, well, we went into Venezuela and we just willy-nilly entered the country and took over the country and we took Mr. Maduro. Yeah, you took over a Mexican restaurant. And then you arrested the owner of the restaurant, and then you think you can go out and invade Iran. It's not the same thing. And anyone with a half a fucking functioning brain cell would tell you that there is a difference between Iran and Venezuela. Venezuela, for one thing, is right next door. Venezuela is a poor-ass, weak ass, fake ass country that's riddled with corruption to the point where Venezuela's own military didn't do shit, didn't fight because from what I understand, members of the Venezuelan military were paid off, and so the Americans just went in there and they just took the leader. Listen, Hispanic countries are a joke. They're not real countries. They're fake countries. Mexico, Guatemala, Venezuela, they're all fake countries. They're not real. They're just America without being officially America. America just goes there to tap into the human resources. You know, they want labor, we want cheap labor. We get it from Latin America. I mean, I don't like it, but that's the sad reality that we live in. These are fake plastic countries. So they took over a Mexican restaurant. Big deal. This is like, oh, we went into Guatemala and we bombed the government there. America did this in the 1950s. America did this sort of thing in the Dominican Republic when it arrested Mr. Trujillo, I think his name was. Or Mr. Arbenz. Was it Arbenz or was it Trujillo? I don't remember. But America did this sort of thing in the Dominican Republic. So you went into a Mexican restaurant and you took the owner. Big deal. This is not Iran. This is not, Venezuela is not Iran. So now they're in a very big predicament here. You know, do we send ground troops? Do we not? It's very difficult to do a regime change without ground troops. You got to have the ground troops. So maybe they can pull it off using the Kurds. Maybe the Americans will chip away at the Iranian regime, so to speak, to the point where it will topple in the future. The Americans are not going to give up. Let's see here. So it says here, the president said in an interview with the New York Post this week, I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary. So he's leaving loopholes so that if he does send ground troops, he can say, well, I did say I was open to it. Foreign policy experts offered various scenarios in which the president might choose to deploy U.S. troops on the ground in Iran. You could envision them doing some sort of special operations, insertions, if there were targets that they absolutely needed to take out or reduce, but didn't lend themselves to bombardment. But I can't read for some reason. I'm going to read that again because it was just so bad. You could envision them doing some sort of special operations insertions if there were targets that they absolutely needed to take out or reduce, but didn't lend themselves to bombardment, said Joel Rayburn. That's the kind of thing where you do an insertion. You attack a target or conduct a raid, and then you get out. Okay. So there you go. What else do we got? Give me 1 second, guys. I have to use the restroom. 1 second. Oh, hello, hello. Hello. Okay, sorry about that. No, the sound is good. I was muted. I was muted. Sorry about that. The Crusades. Glad to have you on. U.S. troops will be routed. Well, if enough troops are killed, I mean, it's going to be political suicide for Trump. Hey, Theo, first time joining live. I usually catch the rerun. Well, I'm glad to have you on, Mr. Sparrow. Jack Sparrow. Is Iran a civilizational state? What is a civilizational state? I was at Stations of the Cross. That's cool. Israel and the U.S. underestimate Iran alone, but also their capabilities with the help of their allies. Yep. To show you guys something here. I thought this was a very interesting article. And it says here, Iran versus the Gulf, the battle over Muslim sovereignty and Western dependence. Basically saying that there's a Turco-Iranian axis against the Arabs. And the question is, which side is going to win? And it says here, at the center of this struggle is a geopolitical confrontation between the non-Arab Islamic powers, Iran and Turkey separately, and the Arab Gulf states. When Iran launches missiles against targets in the Gulf states, it's not just doing so to deter them militarily or to apply pressure that would end the war against it. Rather, its goal is to expose their weakness. When Arab states with immense defense budgets, such as Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, find themselves vulnerable to attack or worse, and they are dependent on American radar and interceptors, it undermines their narrative as sovereign states. In other words, what Iran is doing is sending a message. Multiple messages have been sent by the Iranians to the Arabs and to the Israelis. For example, the Israelis love to talk about their bomb shelters. Well, we have our bomb shelters. We're not worried about Iranian ballistic missiles. We're not worried about Iranian hypersonic missiles. We have our bomb shelters. And what did Iran do to Beit Shemesh, the area of Beit Shemesh in Israel? Iran launched a missile and it directly hit a bomb shelter under a synagogue. And the missile penetrated the bomb shelter and 9 people were killed. What is the message? We can hit your bomb shelters. Do not put your faith on bomb shelters, Israel. We can penetrate them. You're not safe. And imagine if a nuclear weapon is attached to one of these missiles, Israel. Not only can you be hit, you can be nuked. It's a message to the Israelis. We can hit you. We can destroy you. And the Iranians are sending a message to the Gulf Arabs. We hit the American military technology that was given to you, that was sold to you to defend you. And we've destroyed it. You guys are dependent on America for security, and America has failed you. And so faith in the American security umbrella is going to erode. Faith in the American empire is going to decline. And we are witnessing the decline of the American empire. That is what we are seeing here. And so Iran is now becoming the hero for the Islamic world against Israel. The Arabs are seen as people who are simply whores for the Israelis, people who bow down to the Israelis, people who are in cahoots with the Israelis, and the Islamic world hates the Gulf Arab governments for this reason. So now the Turks want in on the glory against the Israelis. They want in on the prestige that Iran has gained and is gaining because of its war against the Israelis. So we're seeing the rise of Turkey in all of this. And as Iran weakens in influence, Turkey gets stronger. And so you have this divide between the Turco-Iranian alliance and the Israel-aligned, America-aligned Gulf Arab countries. And the Gulf Arabs are going to lose, just as the Israelis are going to lose. So it says here, their vulnerability goes beyond technical questions, such as the effectiveness of the U.S. Patriot missiles. It touches on the exposed nerve of security independence. Revealing the limitations of these Arab states' military power presents their regimes as unable to defend themselves and reliant on external alliances. You guys are weak. You guys are slaves to the Americans and the Israelis. You guys are dependent on the Americans. We are sovereign and you are not. We are powerful and you are not. That's the message. And the Turks want to send the same message. We are powerful, Turkey. You guys are weak, lazy, fat Arab states, and you are slaves to Israel and America. That's not us. We are sovereign. We are powerful. Iran is seeking to establish a counter-narrative of independent Iranian strength versus Arab dependence on a foreign umbrella. According to this narrative, Iran stands alone as an imperial power, waging a campaign against Israel and the United States, while the Gulf states hide behind Washington's support. Iran is fighting for so-called Persian honor, intended to allow Tehran to enter future negotiations from a heroic position, while undermining the political and security standing of its Arab rivals in the eyes of the world's Muslims. So the Muslim world hates the Gulf Arab governments, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and the Muslim world loves Iran. Even the Sunnis love Iran. They say they're actually standing up to Israel. They're actually standing up to the Americans. So Iran is growing in prestige. Turkey is saying, hey, we're not going to let you guys just take all of the glory for yourselves. We want in on the glory. We want a part of it. So Turkey has tensions with Israel in Syria. The Americans recently withdrew the vast majority of their troops out of Syria. Entire U.S. military bases were left vacant. Who took over the bases? Turkey's proxy, the Syrian army. So Turkey took over the U.S. bases with the green light of the Americans, of course. And so what does that mean? Turkey is getting stronger in Syria. Israel is still in Syria. They're in the Golan region of Syria, and they don't want to leave. They're sticking around. So eventually what's going to happen? eventually a clash will take place between Turkey and Israel. And the Islamic world will see that. And they will see and they will notice that this war will be very different. They will notice that the power balances between Israel and Turkey will be very different. They will notice that the Turkish military is very advanced, much more advanced than the Iranian military. They will notice that the Turkish soldiers are very well trained. And they will say, that's our hero. The Turks and the Iranians are our heroes. Turkey does not want to be in a war against Iran. They don't. They need the Iranians. And I've said this many times. The Turks need the Iranians. Because the Turks want an unfettered land route into Central Asia. And there is only one land route for Turkey to go to Central Asia. And that is Iran. Iran is the route into Central Asia. It's the corridor from the Middle East into Central Asia. And Turkey wants access to Central Asia because Turkey wants to unite the Turkic Central Asian states under its power, under Ankara, under its neo-Ottoman Empire. It wants to unite Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, all under Ankara, all under this revived neo-Ottoman Empire. And so in order to do that, it needs Iran. So Turkey does not want a war with Iran. Turkey wants Iran to become weak to the point where Turkey could send troops into Iran. Turkey could deepen military ties with the Iranians without any sort of concern that Iran could outrival Turkey. But Turkey does not want a war with Iran. That's why when I saw the story that, an Iranian missile was launched towards Turkey, I just didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. Because the Israelis, there's only one country in the American empire that is terrified of a Turco-Iranian alliance. And that's Israel. Israel is terrified of a Turco-Iranian alliance. Now, Saudi Arabia is, granted, it's not only Israel. Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states that are also worried about this. But the Israelis are definitely terrified of this because a Turco-Iranian alliance would mean the end of Israel's preeminence in the Middle East. And so the Israelis are trying to prevent the further deepening or the further growth of the Turco-Iranian axis, the Turco-Iranian alliance. And so what happened? A missile is launched to Turkey. Israel says, look, a missile almost hit Turkey. Oh my God, get NATO, trigger Article 5. Why? Because they want the Turks and the Iranians to go to war. That's why. And you hit two birds with one stone. The two birds are Turkey and Iran. You hit them with one stone. That's the plan. But it didn't work. Article 5 was not triggered because everyone knows that it's bullshit. Just like everyone knew that when Zelensky said, oh, look, a missile just was launched to Poland from Russia. Everyone knew that was bullshit. So it says here, in this context, it's vital to distinguish the resounding words of Turkish opposition leader and former Prime Minister Ahmet Davutoglu, which he spoke this week. Quote, those who remain silent about the attacks against Iran, using the logic of let the snake that doesn't touch me live 1,000 years, should realize that everyone will be next. So what is Ahmet Davutoglu saying? He is saying that Israel is attacking Iran right now. We are next. That's what the Turks are saying. The Turks are saying, we're next. They're going to attack us. They're going to bomb us. We cannot stand silent as Iran is attacked. Davutoglu is calling for the deepening of the security ties between the Iranians and the Turks. Turkey wants to see a stronger Turco-Iranian axis. And you know what? Davutoglu has a point. Davutoglu is justified to have this concern. Because look at what Naftali Bennett said just recently. He said, Turkey is the next Iran. They're encircling us. Turkey's the next Iran. Well, what's happening to Iran right now? They're getting pounded by the Judeo-American alliance. So the Turks are justified in being concerned about Israel attacking Turkey. And so the Turks are saying, we have to prepare for war against Israel. And the Turks are preparing for a war against Israel. Why do you think the Israelis are deepening ties with India? Because India is the biggest enemy of Pakistan. And Turkey is not only deepening security ties with Iran, but also with Pakistan. They want to weaken the Pakistanis. Davutoglu has drawn a geopolitical map that divides the region into two kinds of entities. The non-Arab powers, Iran and Turkey, are on one side. They possess strategic depth, an imperial history, independent defense industry, and sovereignty that does not rely on Western grace. In his view, these powers are the last independent Islamic strongholds. The Arab states are on the other side. He holds that they have surrendered their freedom of action in exchange for a foreign defense umbrella. So just look at this entire picture. Don't just look at the trees. Look at the entire forest. Look at the entire picture here. What are we witnessing? We're witnessing the Gulf Arabs being bombed. We're witnessing America's missile interception systems in the Gulf states being destroyed. And we are witnessing the fragility and the vulnerability and the gaps in America's security systems. And then on top of that, we're seeing Iran hitting these security systems, destroying America's radar systems in the Gulf states and in Israel. We're seeing Iran bombing the Israelis, overwhelming Israel's Iron Dome missile interception system. We're seeing American F-15s getting struck down. We're seeing the Americans being terrified of sending ground troops because they know it's going to be heavy casualties. So we are seeing the erosion of the American empire. We are seeing the decline of the Gulf Arab states. We are seeing the reality of the Gulf Arab states' dependency on the Americans manifesting itself. And we are seeing the sovereignty of Iran and Turkey manifesting itself. And so the Iranians and the Turks have this perfect image to paint their opposition, to paint the Gulf Arabs and to paint the Israelis. Look, the Gulf Arabs are weak, dependent on the Americans, slaves to the Americans, whores to the Israelis. And who are you going to follow? A bunch of harlots? Or a strong, sovereign Turco-Iranian alliance, the last true strongholds of Islam? That's a very, very good marketing gimmick. That's a very, very good marketing strategy. It's not really a gimmick because it's based on reality, because it is the reality. But that is a very strong image that increases the eminence and the prestige of the Turks and the Iranians. And so now the Islamic world is going to follow who? Are they going to follow the Gulf Arabs, or are they going to follow the Turks and the Iranians? They're going to follow the Turks and the Iranians. The entire Islamic world is going to follow the Turks and the Iranians. And so the power of the Turks and the Iranians is being foreshadowed. We are seeing the presaging signs of the rise of the Turco-Iranian axis and the downfall of the Arabs and the downfall of the Israelis. Who's striking the Israelis? Iran is. Who's standing up to Israel in Syria? Turkey is. Who's talking about preparing for a serious war with Israel over Syria? Turkey is. So they are the last strongholds of real Islam, unlike those whores for Israel in the Gulf Arab, in the Arab Peninsula. It's a very powerful image. So the rise of the Ottomans and the rise of the Persians are being presaged. They're being foreshadowed as we speak. And who knows, one day we could see the Americans saying, we're done with the Middle East, goodbye. And Israel will say, oh, this is great. We don't have the American leash around our necks anymore. And the Turks and the Iranians are going to be there to wait for the Israelis. And Israel is going to end up like Scar in The Lion King, when he thought that by working with the hyenas, he could defeat Sinbad, and the hyenas end up devouring him and tearing him apart. Turkey is like the hyenas. Turkey has worked with the Israelis, cooperated with the Israelis for decades, but now the hyenas are turning on the lion. Or a better description would be, for too long, the whore Israel has been riding the beast, Turkey. And eventually the beast will have enough and will tear the whore apart. Davutoglu sees Erdogan as being in a trap, trying to maneuver between his obligations to NATO and his ambitions to lead the Muslim world. Davutoglu's message is that trying to buy temporary peace while abandoning Iran is a dangerous illusion, and that once Tehran is defeated, the West will turn to dealing with the next sovereign stronghold, Ankara. So Davutoglu is saying, we're next. The Israelis will come after us. The question is, what is America going to do in the case of a Turco-Israeli war? America is not going to go to war against Turkey. That's not going to happen. Because that would mean America losing control over the Dardanelles, control over the access ways from the Black Sea into the Sea of Marmara, control over the access ways from the Sea of Marmara to the Mediterranean. Very strong, very powerful geopolitical locations. And this author talks about Qatar, and it says that Qatar understands that an extreme weakening of the West would leave Qatar exposed and defenseless against dominant power centers such as Iran, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. And remember, the Arab Peninsula used to be under the Ottoman Empire. Israel was once under the Ottoman Empire. It was called Palestine, but it was under that territory that we call Israel was under the Ottoman Empire. So the Ottomans, the Turks, the Neo-Ottomans, they want to revive their Ottoman Empire. And to where are they pointing their crosshairs? At Israel and the Gulf states. Because all of those regions, all those territories used to be under the Ottoman Empire. Davutoglu's remarks, combined with Iran's military moves and efforts to boost its image, reveal that the regional struggle doesn't just rest on nuclear arms or terrorism. It's a war over the definition of Muslim sovereignty in the 21st century. In this regard, the Arab states, which rely on the West, are not just rivals of Iran and Turkey, but rather a symptom of historical weakness that the Turkey-Iran axis is determined to eradicate. So the Turco-Iranian axis wants to eradicate the weakness of the Muslims. Well, who are the weaklings in this case? Well, in the perspective of the Turks and the Iranians, the weaklings are the Arab leaders because they kowtow to the Israelis and to the Americans. So in the future, when you have this massive Turco-Iranian axis, they're going to look at the Arabs. The Turks and the Iranians are not just going to be aiming their crosshairs at the Israelis. They're going to be aiming their crosshairs at the Gulf Arabs. And they're going to say, you guys were whores to the Israelis. As the Gazans were wiped out, you were getting fat off of your Dubai chocolate and your strip clubs over there in Abu Dhabi. To hell with you. And the Arab states will also be torn apart. The Gulf Arab states will also be torn apart, just like Israel will be torn apart. It's going to be the end of the Judeo-Arab coalition. I'll read your guys' questions or comments or whatever. You're going to see the destruction of Israel, etc. Yep. Sinbad, absolutely. Sinbad, Mandela effect incoming. 2 million troops to attack Turkey. Send the Avengers. You were old school, bro. The Lion King, that's my favorite movie. There you go. For the military-industrial complex to reduce the Middle East to a cinder block. I don't know what you're talking about. Greater Israel and Greater Turkey. That's correct. Yep. The two are going to clash. Hello, Brian. Ground troops of USA means the debt explodes from 38 trillion to 50 trillion. Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of money. That's all I know. Wake up, Neo. Ignorance is bliss till it's not. How can I tell you Isaiah chapter 13 all the way up to 25, the entire Semitic world will be destroyed? Yeah, Elam versus the Arabs and Israel. We're all low-key kind of emo in the Levant. I can imagine. I can't blame you guys. Imagine Turkey having all the oil instead of the Arabs. Oh man, superpower. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, imagine Turkey and Iran having an alliance. That would mean Turkey having direct unfettered access through the Strait of Hormuz. That would mean Turkey having direct unfettered access into Central Asia, to the Turkic states. That means Turkey having complete freedom of movement into the Turkic states of Central Asia, thus enabling Turkey to form its pan-Turkic bloc consisting of Central Asian Turkic countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, possibly Hungary. And these states would be led by Ankara or Turkey, and it would be really a Turkish empire led by Ankara. And you're talking about a world superpower at that point. You're not talking about just a little regional powerhouse. You're talking about you're talking about Turkey becoming a world superpower. Judeo-American alliance. Yep. The populations seem pretty genocidal. Which populations? The Turkish and the Israeli? I would agree. Takes a few seconds for reality to set in. I think it's been taking longer than that, but yeah, reality will definitely sink in. Good night, Theo. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kelly. Theo is literally telling the future. Hey, you heard it from the unbiased Arab. You heard it. Now I'm interested. I have not seen you before, Mr. Unbiased. Where are you writing from? Once Turkey has its own 5th generation fighter jet, it's over. Yep. Completely agree. Did you see the one rabbi saying Israel should blow up the dome of the rock? I have not, but it doesn't surprise me at all. One world government, blah, blah, blah. Turkey and Gulf states are God as U.S. Zio. UK Tommy Tel Aviv Robinson is in your country. Met right-wing politicians in Tim Pool. Yeah, I mean the guy's just a scoundrel. I don't like him at all. I think eventually Tommy will become irrelevant. I think he already is irrelevant to a certain extent. I mean, let's see here. Tommy Tel Aviv Robinson. What's he up to? Shut up. So, I mean, the guy, I would say this guy is irrelevant. I would say so because I mean, he's still okay. He's still relevant to a certain extent, but I think he's going down. I'm Palestinian / Syrian as a human. Oh, so this is unbiased Arab. As a human, though, I love our Kurdish cousins and Iranian, regardless of Shia, Sunni, etc. I sympathize with Kurds and Iranians. I sympathize with both Kurds and Iranians. The Persians are getting revenge, yep. It's very sad, yep. Turkic states would also include the Uyghurs, absolutely. The Turkish Empire will be massive on 3 continents, yep. Balkans, Asia, and Africa, yep. Met your father of the 90s, went to a lot of his teachings. Wow, great. That was a long time ago. I feel like I know you, Theo. Have we ever met? I don't know. But that's really cool that you met my dad in the 90s. Yeah, my dad was very active in that time. Hello from Istanbul, Turkey. Hello, Nora. I got my Dubai chocolate. Yeah, I've tried it before. It's not bad. Iraq in the east and Algeria to the west, Romania in the north, to Yemen in the south, the Ottoman Empire. Yep. And the Turkish military is in Libya, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Azerbaijan. They're in... Did I say Syria? They're in Syria. They're pretty widespread. They're going to be in Iran, it looks like. Do you think Dubai is done? I think eventually it's going to be done with, yeah. I mean, nothing happens overnight. Now, the fall of the American empire in the Middle East, it reminds me of something. And I got this from Tucker Carlson. The Suez Crisis. I think this is fascinating. How the British were driven out of the Middle East through the Suez Crisis. I think this is fascinating, but I was looking at the Wikipedia article yesterday. And it says here, the Suez Crisis, also known as the Second Arab-Israeli War, the tripartite aggression in the Arab world, and the Sinai War in Israel, was a British, French, Israeli invasion of Egypt in 1956. So the Brits joined forces with the Israelis to invade Egypt in 1956. And the failure of this operation led to the British leaving the Middle East. And so what Tucker Carlson was saying was that it looks like the Americans have made the same mistake, and they are making the same mistake, by joining forces with the Israelis to invade Iran. And so it could be that the outcome will be something akin to what happened with the British, in the sense that this conflict could push the Americans out of the Middle East, or it could at least act as a catalyst towards an American total withdrawal out of the Middle East. That's a possibility. It is very interesting. But it says here, Israel invaded on October 29th with the primary objective of reopening the Straits of Tiran and the Gulf of Aqaba, as the recent tightening of the 8-year-long Egyptian blockade further prevented Israeli passage. After issuing a joint ultimatum for a ceasefire, the United Kingdom and France joined the Israelis on October 31st, seeking to depose Egyptian President Jamal Abdel Nasser and regain control of the Suez Canal, which Nasser had nationalized earlier in the year. Shortly after the invasion began, the three countries came under heavy political pressure from both the United States and the Soviet Union, as well as from the United Nations, eventually prompting their withdrawal from Egypt. The crisis demonstrated that the United Kingdom and France could no longer pursue their independent foreign policy without consent from the United States. Israel's 4-month-long occupation of the Egyptian-occupied Gaza Strip and Egypt's Sinai Peninsula enabled it to attain freedom of navigation through the Straits of Tiran, but the Suez Canal was closed from 1956 to March 1957. So basically, it got the British out of the Middle East. And it's possible that with the Iranian bombing of the Arab Gulf states, that with the demonstration of America's defense technology not being as powerful as a lot of people hoped that it would have been, a lot of these Gulf Arab countries could one day say, America, we don't want you here. We want you gone. Because your presence here makes us into a target. And it could be that the Americans will leave. It could be that this event in Iran could lead to America just abandoning the Middle East. And according to Tucker Carlson, this is exactly what the Israelis want. Because the Israelis want the American leash off of their necks. So how do you do that? You push the Americans out of the Middle East. And if America does this, the Israelis will say, we're now the most dominating power. Now all we have to do is get rid of one more chess piece. That's the Turks. One more boss The final boss, Turkey. But in this situation, it'll be a Turco-Iranian axis that will be Israel's final boss. And in that condition, in that situation, Israel will be faced to fight this final boss without America's help, and Israel will lose. And it could be the end of Israel. I think we are witnessing really the coming end of Israel. And I'm not saying it's going to happen a year from now or a couple years, but down the road, eventually the end of Israel will occur. It'll happen. And I wanted to read to you guys some stuff here. Let's see here. I'll read your guys' stuff. Xinjiang, China has Turkic people. Yeah, and the Americans are going to use the Uyghurs in Xinjiang to destabilize China. Turkey will never again expand into the Balkans. They can't, not possible. They're already in the Balkans. They're literally already in the Balkans. They have troops in Kosovo. They already control the military of Kosovo. They are already the main investor into the Albanian military. They most definitely have a presence in the Balkans. They lead NATO's security team in Kosovo. They are the ones leading the international stability force in Kosovo. I mean, Turkey already has a presence there. For Turkey, best timing now to take Cyprus? I don't know. Who knows? Turkey is already in the Balkans. That's exactly what I said. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's saying that they're not going to reach the Balkans, but they're already there. But I appreciate you giving that answer. Yeah, Kosovo, Albania, Macedonia. Yeah, they're literally already in the Balkans, but will the Turkish inflation economy affect their army? No, it wouldn't. Albanian military is only 30,000. So what? Now you're widening the goalpost. You said that they're not in the Balkans. They can't reach there. And I said, well, they are there. And now you're saying, well, it's just 30,000. So the goalpost is widening. But anyway, Turkish inflation. No, because Germany had inflation. It ended up creating the biggest military in Europe. America has inflation. And we're always spending money on the military. We're spending $1 trillion a year at least on the U.S. military. Let's see here. Just based off the fact that America is so far behind technology compared to China, it's got to make you wonder what Iran has. I don't think that's going to happen as an American leaving. You could be right. It could never happen, right? But I think this idea that something will never leave, right? I think this idea that this empire will always be here, I think that's literally an impossibility. It's impossible for an empire to last forever. The Roman Empire lasted for, over 1,000 years, and it's no more. The Mughal Empire lasted for centuries. It no longer exists. All empires will come and go, and I think the American Empire is not exempt from this rule of history. So I think the American Empire will eventually collapse. Israel is only strong due to its air force. Like I said, once Turkey has its own fifth generation, it's over. I agree. I don't disagree with you. I think Israel is absolutely mad and delusional to do what it's doing. Let's see here. Hold up. Let's see here. Balkans and a Turkic Union, didn't they block Finland and Sweden from NATO before, as well as influencing moves in Africa? Seems like a rising power to me. Absolutely. Yeah, they have a lot of influence. And here's the funny thing is, a lot of people follow Scott Ritter, and I think Scott Ritter is a very intelligent guy. But you see, Scott Ritter is a part of a subculture that you could call, or you could categorize as, the pro-Russia crowd on the internet, or the online influencers who sympathize more with Russia and Iran and are more so against NATO. Ritter is a part of that world. Whether he admits that or not, he's a part of that world. He's a part of that Scott Horton, Mearsheimer, McGregor. He's part of that world, right? He may not be friends with those people, but he's a part of that sphere of the internet. And while he is a very intelligent person, I decided that I was going to, and I'll show you guys the video if you guys want. I decided a number of days ago that I was going to look into what Scott Ritter said about Syria before the toppling of Assad. Because if, for example, I say, listen, Turkey's going to do this, right? If I say Turkey's going to take over Syria, no, Turkey's not going to do that. Now, listen, I can show you articles that I wrote back in 2012, 2013, 2014, in which I said Turkey is going to take over Syria if Assad falls. I said, if Assad falls, Turkey's going to take over. Turkey wants to take over. It's very obvious. There is a Turkish aspiration to take over Syria. Now, you could have people who would have said, that's impossible, it's not going to happen. But it did happen. Assad was toppled. Turkey took over. That's what happened in December of 2024. So I thought, I'm going to see what Scott Ritter said about Syria before Assad was toppled. Because a lot of people say, well, the Ayatollah will never be toppled, and this is never going to happen, that's never going to happen, that's never going to happen. And a lot of the people who talk like this tend to be Scott Ritter fans. So I'll show you guys what Scott Ritter said about Syria just maybe roughly 2 years before Assad got taken out. Here, I'll show you guys. Here's the video. I'll turn the music off. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. All right. So here's Scott Ritter in 2023 talking about Syria. And he's very confident. And he's talking about how Assad is winning and Assad is victorious and Turkey is going to withdraw their troops out of Syria and blah, blah, blah. Right here he is talking. Here, I'll find the... Has Syria won the war? All right, here it is. Let's listen to this. Here we go.
After 12 years of war in Syria, the Syrian army, with the help of the Russian army, the Iranian advisors, and Hezbollah fighters underground, they managed to capture large swaths of the territories from these radical groups. But the US still occupies 1/3 of the country in the east with the help of the SDF, which is rich of fuel and wheat. This area, the north and Idlib, are occupied by Al-Qaeda affiliates with the help of Turkey. And Syria claims that they are coming victorious from this war. I mean, how can this current situation be considered a victory for Syria?
Well, I mean, compared and contrast to what they were in September 2015, the fact is I don't think anybody can articulate that the Syrian regime is at risk of being overthrown.
Let's hear that one again. Now, he said this. Let's look at the date of this video. January 10th, 2023. So Assad got taken, he got toppled in December of 2024. So really almost 2 years before Assad got toppled. And he was saying, let's hear this one again, all right? My whole point of me showing you guys this is don't take everything these people say as holy gospel. Don't take everything these people say as the emphatic truth for what's going to happen. Because I'm sure if I was live streaming back in 2012 and I said, hey, I think Assad's going down, I'm pretty damn certain I would have had a whole bunch of pro-Russia folks coming onto my chat saying, that's not going to happen. Oh, no. Not going to happen, guys. And if Scott Ritter was talking at that time, and I think he was, people would be telling me, well, Scott Ritter says he's not going down. Well, he's not. He's not going down, guys. Let's hear that one again. Let's hear this one again.
2015. The fact is, I don't think anybody can articulate that the Syrian regime is at risk of being overthrown.
I don't think anyone can articulate that the Syrian regime is going to be overthrown. He was wrong. Ritter was wrong. He says here in this video that Assad is winning. Assad was not winning. Assad was weakening. He was getting weaker. The only thing that was maintaining Assad's power was Russia. That was the only thing standing between Assad being toppled and the American power was Russia. That was it. That was the only thing standing in the way against America's vision of, or America's goal of overthrowing Assad was Russia. And what did America do? America provoked the Russians into a war with the Ukrainians. You see, when the Russians invaded Ukraine in 2022, a whole lot of people, including myself, were saying, Ukraine's going to lose. What is America thinking? All these American politicians talking about a Ukrainian victory. Ukraine's going to lose. They're crazy. They knew that already. That wasn't the point. The point of the Russo-Ukrainian war is not for Ukraine to win, because everyone and their mother knows that Ukraine can't win Ukraine just can't win. Because Ukraine is dependent on NATO support. And sure, Ukraine is putting up a great fight. Ukraine is killing a lot of Russians. That's all true. Ukraine is preventing the Russians from expanding further. That is true, but that's with NATO help. But Ukraine is not exactly winning. But at the same time, Russia has been fighting this war for 4 years. And Russia has not won the war yet. Russia is still going through the meat grinder. And it's very sad. But the whole purpose of pulling the Russians into a war was to kill as many Russians as possible, was to weaken the Russians and to remove Russia as the main obstacle to what the Americans and the Israelis have wanted to do in Syria, in the South Caucasus, in Iran right now. That was the whole point. Everyone knows the Ukrainians can't defeat Russia. Everyone knows that NATO can just prolong the inevitable, but Ukraine can't win. That's not the point, though. And so a lot of these pro-Russia people, or whatever they want to call themselves, did not really factor in the reality of Russia being bogged down. Russia being bogged down meant the end and spelled the end of the Assad regime. And the Assad regime fell. But this guy, Mr. Ritter, I mean, with all due respect, the guy says, hey, Assad's not going down. He was wrong. And a lot of people say, oh, but you got to listen to Ritter, man. He says, he's wrong in this video. He was wrong.
So that's a victory. You put a number out there, $200 billion. That's spent by the Gulf Arab states alone. Put on top of that the amount of money spent by the United States. And for a nation like Syria, that doesn't have a $200 billion defense budget, to be able to defeat such an effort is a victory. It's a huge victory. It's a moral victory. It's a military victory. And it's positioned Syria to be able to continue this victory when the opportunity arises. I mean, unfortunately for Syria, they're in a difficult part. You know, in Idlib, understand why Idlib exists. It was the safety valve. How did you get rid of the people in Dara and the people, the radicals in Dara, the radicals outside of Damascus and the various suburbs of Damascus? They no longer exist. There's no longer a problem there. Why? Because thanks to the Russians and the Syrian army, these elements were compelled to evacuate.
And he's right. But the thing is that he didn't factor in the reality of Russia being bogged down. Why didn't the United States government topple Assad in 2019, 2018, 16, 17? Why did it take so long? Because Russia was there. But what did the Americans and the Israelis do? They defeated Iran's ally in the South Caucasus. They toppled Assad. They killed Nasrallah. And now they're bombing Iran. And so why have they been able to do all of these things? Because Russia is out of the way. Russia is in a war. That's the reason why. So why didn't the Americans bomb Iran in 2019? Because Russia was active. Russia was not in a war in Ukraine at that time. So it wasn't the opportunity for the Americans. But you have to factor in all the things happening around Iran. Russia being bogged out in war. Assad being in Russia playing video games. The Armenians being utterly vanquished in Nagorno-Karabakh by Turkey, Azerbaijan, America, and Israel. Nasrallah being assassinated. Hezbollah being bombed right now. Israel doing a ground incursion into Lebanon. All these things have happened or are happening, which spells the weakening of the Shiite axis in the Middle East. So my opinion is we have to factor all of these things in. And we should not be so dogmatic to the point where we say, this is never going to happen. You know, there's an old saying, never say never. There's an old song, I think it was by Armin van Buuren, Never Say Never Again. Never say never again. All right, it's one of my favorite little European trance songs. But never say never. If people say, this is never going to happen, you can't say never. America will never fall. Well, every empire falls. You know, Adolf Hitler talked about his 1,000-year Reich. That didn't happen. The Roman Empire lasted a very long time, but it went down. Mongolian Empire. The Austro-Hungarian Empire. Holy Roman Empire went down. World War I. Ottoman Empire went down. World War I. Third Reich went down. World War II. The British Empire went down. After World War II, it finally collapsed. Everything comes to an end. And so to say, this is never going to happen, or this political leader will never go down, this guy will never be toppled, that is really an inept thing to say. That is not rooted in reality. Because when you saw what the Americans were doing to Assad, you would think, man, Assad's been here for 10 years. He's withstanding the incursions and the psyops being done against him by NATO. He's fighting the Syrian rebels. That's all true, but he was doing so with the help of the Russians. The Russians sent troops into Syria. When the Russo-Ukrainian war broke out, the Russians had to divert troops from Syria to go fight in Ukraine. So the Russians had no choice but to leave or to withdraw a lot of troops out of Syria. That weakened Iran. That weakened Syria. So you have to factor in all of these things. So what do you see happening to Iran? It's being bombed. Its capital city is being bombed. It's being pounded. And even Ritter would agree with me here that Iran is being hurt tremendously. Iran is not just going through this unscathed. Iran is being hurt tremendously. And so I think to say, well, the Ayatollah regime's never going to go down, or the regime change thing is never going to happen, I wouldn't go so far. It could actually happen. Now, is it possible that China will intervene and stop it from happening? Yes, that is possible. Absolutely. We have to leave all things open for possibility here. Is it possible that Russia's going to come in and intervene and save Iran? That's possible. Yes, that is absolutely possible. But is it also possible that the Ayatollah regime will be toppled? Yes. It's just as possible as the Assad regime being toppled was possible. But let's go. I'm going to show you more of this clip here because there's something else that he says that I want to address here.
And they evacuated to where? To Idlib, where they are today.
So the Turkish troops were sent to Idlib. This is true.
But, excuse me, these al-Nusra remnants only survived because of Turkey. If Turkey removed its umbrella for them, they would be defeated.
That's true.
Without a shadow of doubt. Turkey is also involved in Syria because of what you mentioned, the Syrian Democratic Forces, but that's just a cover name for the YPG.
Yes.
Which
this is also true.
Is the Syrian version of the PKK.
This is true.
Which is acknowledged to be a terrorist group.
This is also true.
And to show you why this is a Syrian victory, the legitimacy of the Syrian cause, that is to return all of Syria under the sovereign control of the Syrian government. Even the Turks say, yeah, that's legitimate. Even the Turks now have abandoned regime change and speak of.
This is where he was wrong. He said that the Turks abandoned regime change. That is not true. And I don't know how Mr. Ritter deduced this, but this was not true. Turkey was absolutely bent on regime change, just as much as the Israelis were. And Turkey entered Syria with the intention of regime change. Erdogan himself said, the only reason why we entered Syria was to overthrow Assad. He said this. Well, he may not have said the only reason, but he definitely said the main reason as to why we entered Syria was to overthrow Assad. Yes, they wanted to fight the YPG, etc., but the main goal was to overthrow Assad. And they did not give up on that objective, and they succeeded in that objective.
Of the Assad regime as the legitimate government, that's a victory.
See, but this is not true. Turkey never had that perspective.
That is a...
Now, I will say that not too long before Assad was overthrown, they were talking about, and this is how deceptive NATO is. Not too long before Assad was overthrown, they were talking about normalization between the Arabs and the Turks. They were talking about normalization between, not the Arabs and the Turks, sorry. They were talking about normalization between Assad and the Arabs, the Gulf Arabs. They were talking about normalization between the Assad government and Turkey. And that meant absolutely nothing. It was all a ruse. It was all just a smokescreen to hide their true objectives, which was to take over Syria. And they did.
Huge victory. Now the Turks are working with the Russians and the Syrians to come up with a formula to get Turkish troops out of Syria.
And there was no formula to get rid of Turkish troops. The Turkish troops were always sent there to stay there. The Turkey was sticking around, and they're still sticking around. And just recently, the Turkish government said, we are not going to leave Syria. And that was a message to the Israelis. We're not leaving.
Syria, so that eventually all of Syria will return to control of the Syrian government.
That didn't happen. Syria right now is under the control of mainly Turkey. And there's a small part of Syria that's basically under Israeli military occupation. But the rest of Syria is under the control of Turkey. And Turkey really further solidified its control over the vast majority of Syria just recently when it backed the Syrian army's war against the SDF/YPG and defeated the Kurdish separatists in northeastern Syria, thus further deepening Turkey's control, further advancing Turkish expansionism into Syria. And Turkey got more powerful. So none of this is true. None of this. This idea of, well, Turkey was talking about withdrawing and they were talking about a formula by which Turkey will withdraw out of Syria. None of this was true. None of it was. And I told people from the beginning, I said, Turkey wants to take over Syria. And I said it. I can show you an article that I wrote in 2012. I was 21 years old. And I said, if Assad goes, Turkey's going to go right in. And I said, NATO will greenlight Turkey having entry into Syria. And Turkey will be presented as a force of stability. This is what I said. And that's exactly what happened. So America is enabling the rise of the Turkish empire. Israel is terrified of it. And Israel's going to have to face it. But before that, Israel right now wants to weaken Iran. Is the Ayatollah regime going to be toppled? It very well could be toppled. It's very possible. But you have people here who are going to say that's never going to happen. Never say never is what I would say. Now, I'm not saying that 100% is going to be overthrown, it's going to happen. I'm not going to say that because it could be that the Ayatollah regime will last for another 100 years. Who knows? But what I will say is never say never.
That's a victory. I mean, this has to be seen as nothing other than literally a
victory. Assad has a victory, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. Assad was losing. The fact that he was toppled shows he was losing. The only reason why his rule was prolonged to the extent that it was prolonged was because of Russia. That was it. Once they got the Ruskies out of the way, it was over for Assad.
Victory for the Syrian government.
My sources in Damascus say that Turkey is very much interested nowadays to hold direct talks with...
My sources. Who were your sources? Let's hear this again.
A total victory for the Syrian government.
My sources in Damascus say that...
My sources in Moscow say what? What did they tell you?
Turkey is very much interested nowadays to hold direct talks with...
that wasn't true.
The Damascus government.
My sources in... You see, this is the problem with the pro-Russia people. My sources in Moscow told me that the Turks want to have negotiations with the people in Damascus. None of this was true. I'm not saying this guy is a liar, but what I will say is that he was given false information. None of it was true. There was no interest in Damascus having any sort of negotiations with Turk, this and that. Turkey was interested in only one thing, and that was taking over Syria. That was it. And right now, the biggest obstacle to Turkey taking over Syria totally is Israel. That's it. So they took out Assad. Iran is getting weakened. The Turks are now preparing for a war with Israel.
They are proposing direct meeting with Assad, but the Assad government is more cautious. They want to take this more, let's say, through time. They want to test the waters in Turkey. They have some preconditions to start this. But it seems that the Turkish side has more interest now in holding direct talks because of the elections as well in Turkey.
Yeah, none of this was true.
There is the big file, the refugee, 3.5 million refugees in Turkey, and there is a big negative sentiments against them.
That is true.
Nowadays by the media, by the politicians, etc., and also the Kurdish presence on the borders. So I don't think the Syrian side would mind forcing the Kurdish militias to go 30 kilometers away from the northern borders with Turkey. But if there is a deal between Turkey and Syria on these basic headlines, do you really expect the Turkish occupation forces to withdraw from Syria?
I do. You know.
So, Mr. Ritter, so there's two things that I want to cover here. Two things that I want to address. Mr. Ritter says, I believe that Turkey will withdraw. That hasn't happened. Turkey is still there. Now, let's rewind a little bit here. This guy was saying something that was interesting, talking about the Kurdish forces withdrawing away from Turkey's border. Let's hear this again.
Go 30 kilometers away.
Hold up.
And also the Kurdish presence on the borders. So I don't think the Syrian side would mind.
I don't think the Kurdish side would mind what?
Forcing the Kurdish militias to go 30 kilometers away, etc., and also the Kurdish presence on the borders. So I don't think the Syrian side would.
I don't think the Syrian side would mind
forcing the Kurdish militias to go 30 kilometers away from the northern borders with
I'm
Turkey.
sorry, no. The Assad regime was not interested in pushing the Kurdish forces away from the Turkish border. Assad was working with the Kurds because the Kurds were basically his way of going against Turkey in northeastern Syria. So Assad backed the Kurds. Turkey hated this. Turkey was not interested in making a deal with Assad so that the Kurds can kind of withdraw here and there. No. Turkey was interested in taking over. And Turkey was interested in taking over northeastern Syria and taking it away from the Kurds because northeastern Syria is a massive source for oil. And the Kurds were getting very wealthy out of that oil. And Turkey said, no, we want in on that. And so they pushed the Kurds out. They were never interested in, making a deal with Assad so we can get the Kurds separate. The Kurds were not interested in leaving northeastern Syria. The Kurds were not interested in leaving. They did not want to leave. And when the U.S. government told the Kurds to leave, the Kurds said, no, we don't want to leave. Israel's going to save us. That's what they said. That's what the stupid Kurds said. Israel's going to save us. Well, they were surely sorely disappointed because Israel did not save the Kurds. And the Turks defeated the Kurds. And the Kurds were driven out after Assad was toppled. So all of this is just, a lot of this stuff was just wishful thinking by these guys. I'm not condemning them for this. My whole point is, just because someone speaks confidently doesn't mean they're right. That's what I'm saying.
But if there is a deal between Turkey and Syria on these basic headlines, do you really expect the Turkish occupation forces to withdraw from Syria?
I do, and I'll tell you why. Erdogan was using Syria as a rallying point for public sentiment, to compensate for a failing economy.
So he says that Turkey is going to withdraw. That didn't happen.
There's definitely a domestic political component to what Turkey's doing in Syria. But thanks to Russia, Turkey's now focused on building an energy hub, through gas, doubling, putting a new Turkey.
Yeah, this is true, but I don't think this is going to prevent war and rivalry between the two countries. But anyway, I that's enough. I've showed you guys what I wanted to show you guys. Let's see here. That was a ridiculous statement from Ritter. People come to me and they say, you should listen to Ritter. Okay, I've listened to him. I've learned a lot of things from him. I'm not hating on the guy, but my whole point is people online take what this guy says as holy gospel. Ritter said it. Doesn't mean it's true or that it's going to be true. Professor John, I've seen him before. I don't really like him. We can actually live with our Christian family members again, thank God. Professor Jank, he doesn't give the two scenarios. What are the two scenarios? Muslims are waiting for the Mahdi. That's true. Professor John relies on game theory. However, game theory assumes that the elite politicians and rulers do not make unpredictable decisions. Yeah, I've noticed that everything with him is, well, they're making this decision and they know exactly what the outcome is going to be and they already have a game plan for the outcome and this and that and this and it. And political leaders make crazy decisions. And they have, throughout history, they made crazy decisions. I mean, Napoleon invading Russia. How crazy and reckless was that? Sweden invading Russia. How reckless was that? Hitler invading Russia. How reckless and destructive was that? I mean, there comes a point where money is not the only motive. There is such a thing as delusion, human madness that is fueled by hubris and arrogance and this sort of narcissism that says, well, I can take it over and I'll make an empire and I'll do this and I'll do that and I'll do this. And they put that arrogance before everything, and that clouds their vision. Let's see here. What about the destruction of Israel? When might that happen? I don't know. I know. If I knew, I would say it, but maybe 10 years, maybe 15. I don't know. Maybe 5. Who knows? Why was Turkey a part of the Board of Peace? Because Turkey is the country that got Hamas to agree. Turkey is also really the most powerful country in the Middle East that is a member of NATO. So instead of the Americans doing all the work, they can shoulder much of the burden on Turkey and on other Islamic countries to govern Gaza. And that is mainly what the reason is. Plus, they want to basically use Turkey as a way to put NATO's presence in Gaza as a way to block potential Iranian influence, Russian influence, etc. Turkey is basically NATO's wild card against the Russians and the Chinese in the Middle East. What happens now in Lebanon? Well, there's a war. I mean, there's a land incursion going on in Lebanon right now. And let me see here. What happens in Lebanon? I think eventually Turkey is going to take over Lebanon. That's my prediction. There's already Turkish troops there. Let's see here. I've only recently become aware of Jang. It seems like the algorithm is really pushing him everywhere. I really don't know why. I don't know why the algorithm pushes him so hard, because he'll put up a video and it easily gets 500,000 views. And if his video gets 500,000 views, rest assured that the algorithm has already pushed that video to millions of people. Millions. So the way that the algorithm works is that you upload a video, the algorithm immediately picks it up and does you a little favor. It boosts the video a little bit to a bunch of people, and then it sees how many people will click on it. So let's say that you upload a video, right? You do a video on Turkish-Israeli rivalry over the Red Sea or something like that. You do the video, you work really hard on it, you edit it, you upload it. The video gets uploaded. Within seconds, the algorithm is pushing it to people. And the algorithm will push it to 1,000 people, let's say. And out of those 1,000 people, let's say 200 people click on it. The algorithm will say, that's pretty good, right? Out of 1,000 people, 200, let's push it to more people. And after a while, before you know it, the algorithm will have pushed your video to 50,000 people. And by then your view count will be, let's say, 5,000 views. And then, so it continues to push. And the more people click on it, the more the algorithm advances your video. That's what they say how it works. But I believe that they do just push certain videos regardless of how little clicks they may get. So if you see a video that has 500,000 views, does that mean that 500,000 people were recommended that video and they all clicked on it? No. What that means is that 2 million people were recommended that video, and out of that 2 million, 500,000 clicked on it. So does it mean that everybody wants to watch this guy? No, it just means that it's a number. Ultimately, YouTube is a numbers game. The algorithm is a numbers game. And the way it works is the way that the algorithm works is if we, YouTube, can push this video to 30 million people, rest assured this video is going to get millions of views. Rest assured it's going to get millions of views. And so there's some videos that I watch and I think, okay, I can see why a lot of people would click on this. But there are other videos that I'll see and I'll think to myself, I just don't really see how this video gets so many views. And it makes me wonder if the algorithm artificially just pushes certain videos to advance certain viewpoints. This has crossed my mind many times. Because if I'm YouTube, I'm in control of the algorithm, right? If I'm running YouTube, I'm running how the algorithm works. So if there's a certain message that I want to push, I'm going to make sure that certain videos that share my agenda are going to be recommended to as many people as I can recommend the video to. So if you recommend a video to 2 million people, rest assured, hundreds of thousands of people are going to click on it. It's like, it's like trying to get a date, right? If you ask one girl out, what are the chances of her saying no to you? Pretty high, right? You ask one girl out, the chances of her saying no is probably like 70%, 80%. It's an 80-20% chance. But then what happens if I ask 500 girls? What are the chances of me getting a date? Pretty high. You're going to get at least one date. You got to, right? It's a numbers game. Same thing with the algorithm. If the algorithm, most people do not find videos on the subscription feed. They don't. That's why I've seen this so many times. You'll see a YouTube channel that has 1 million subscribers, 5 million subscribers, but an average video gets 5,000 views. Well, how do you explain that? Like, what's going on there? Because most people do not get videos from their subscription feed. Most people don't click on videos by channels that they even subscribe to. They don't. Most people are finding their videos either on their front YouTube page or on their recommended list. 90 something, I'll say 98% of clicks are coming from the recommended. That's the vast majority of clicks. They're not coming from a subscription feed. They're not coming from people hitting the little notification button. That's not where it's coming from. That's a very small percentage of clicks. The vast majority of clicks are coming from people seeing your video recommended to them on the side list of the screen, and they're clicking on it. That's where most people are getting their videos from. That's where the majority of clicks are coming from. So there's a video, and the government, the powers that be, the Illuminati, whatever you want to say, want a certain message to get out. There is a video that expresses that very message. What happens? The algorithm says, we're going to recommend this video to 5 million people. Oh, it has 500,000 views. Oh, it has 800,000 views, because it's a numbers game. If you recommend a video to 5 million people, how many views is it going to get? 500,000 at least. Easily. 600,000. Or it could even be 1 million views. So that's the way YouTube works. That's the way it works. Most of the time, the algorithm is based on how many clicks it gets out of a certain number of people that the video is recommended to. But I believe that sometimes the algorithm just spreads a video to millions of people just for the sake of spreading that video to millions of people, because there's a certain agenda that they want to get advanced. That's what I believe. When I see Professor Zhang, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't see anything special about him. I think he's a sophist. I think he's a professional deceiver. That's what I think about him. I think when I hear him say things like, well, how do you know if something is true? Oh, you feel it. You feel that it's true. That's something a sophist would say. I don't like the guy. I don't trust him. This is why I don't date anymore. I knew somebody was going to bring up dating if I brought up that, but whatever. You finally think a guy is interested in you after he messaged 500. I don't know what you're saying. Zhang is kind of full of shit, but his style of teaching is popular. His style of teaching is monotonous. I'm not crazy about it. It's like, okay, class, today we're going to be talking about Gaza. Okay, why is Israel killing so many people in Gaza? It's because, well, they have a prophecy. The Israelis have a prophecy. And the prophecy is that the whole world will go against them. And so they want the whole world to go against them so they can bring about the Messiah. And it's like, okay, whatever. I don't know. People like him. Good for him. AstroTurf. Yeah, that's what I think. I just don't. This guy was a high school teacher for years. Nobody cared about. All of a sudden, he blows up. All of a sudden. How does that work? Yeah, so the question is, who is Zhang's crowd? I don't know. I guess it's a bunch of people who they believe that like there's going to be a Pax Judaica. It's going to take over the world, guys. Many AI fake Jang videos. Yep, I've seen those. That's why so many people use clickbait thumbnails. Well, yeah, they work, and that's, I don't really blame people for using a little bit of clickbait. I don't blame people for using it because that's how you get people to click on stuff. You use a little bit of sensationalism, you get them to click on it. And like I said, once the algorithm sees that this video has gotten enough clicks, it's going to recommend it to more people. Jang is Oswald Spengler from Temu. The Jang impression was fun. The way he communicates is so great. It's like, really? I don't know. He went into depression after he graduated. His videos were intended for his internet. Okay, what? He's basically a Chinese Jordan Peterson. I think Jordan Peterson was what? Honestly, okay. Hold up. Let me get my music back up so I can vibe with you guys for a little bit. I can understand why people like Professor Jang more than I can understand why people loved Jordan Peterson. Like, okay, you have Jordan Peterson versus Professor Jang. Which one am I going to listen to? Professor Jang every day. I will choose Professor Jang over Jordan Peterson any day. Because at least with Professor Jang, we're talking about geopolitics. I might disagree with him here and there, but we're talking about geopolitics. It's still a fascinating topic. So, yeah, am I going to go with Professor Jang, who's like, okay, class, today we're going to talk about Israel. And Israel, you see, they have a prophecy about the Messiah, and they want to bring back the Messiah. So how do they do that? Well, they are going to get the whole world to hate them. That's why they keep killing people in Gaza. That's the reason why. They don't care. So people could say, oh, the whole world hates them. That's exactly what they want. That's what they want, you see? So that's the reason why. They're trying to usher in the Messiah. And what they want to establish, class, is something called Pax Judaica. It might be bullshit. I don't think it's bullshit all the way. I think the Israelis do have a messianic cultic envisage that they want to fulfill. Absolutely. They want to bring about the Messiah. Absolutely. And I agree. That's why they don't care. That's why the Israelis don't care about the world hating them, because they think that the whole world is going to hate them anyway and the Messiah is going to come. That is true. But at the same time, I will say that is more interesting than Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson's like, oh, okay, class, we're talking about the existential crisis in the Hegelian dialectical perspective, and we can actually see this in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like, what is this guy on about? It's so annoying. It's like I could, for the life of me, I could never understand why people like Jordan Peterson. I understand why people like Jang. I can understand that. I can never understand why so many people were drunk off of anything that Jordan Peterson said. I just can't understand it. And it's so surreal that Jordan Peterson, from the years, I want to say 2017, going into 2021, 2022, and maybe into 2023, he was a rock star. Now, he began to decline in the latter part of his career, but before that, the guy was a rock star. I mean, he was everywhere. People were worshiping this man. He was everywhere. Jordan Peterson. Everyone I knew. Jordan Peterson. He was coming out of the mouths of so many people unabated that people just called them JP because they were so tired of saying his name. JP, 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 Jordan Peterson. Well, you know, Clash, it's the Hegelian dialectic that actually springs from the Marxian perspective that is also linked to the conundrum and to the dichotomy of chaos versus harmony. And so you have harmony and then you have chaos. And so if you have too much harmony, well, everyone's nice and everyone's like a woman and there's no chaos to fight you. There's no dragon to slay. And if there's no dragon to slay, then what are you going to become, man? You're just going to become a weakling. And it's terrible, right? You become like a woman. You have no testosterone. Everything goes down, right? But then if you have chaos, everything's crazy. There's no order. There's no nothing. And that's not good, man. It's like, that's crazy, right? Like everything was a giant word salad that meant nothing. But the guy was a rock star. For years, he was a rock star. I never liked him. I uploaded videos against him. I wrote an article against him. Never liked him. But then he died out. You don't hear about Jordan Peterson. It's as if the cult of Jordan Peterson never happened. It's like it never happened. It's so strange how things come and go. It's so bizarre how trends can be at the highest levels of popularity and then become absolutely irrelevant. It's a very strange phenomenon. But that guy was on top of the world. Now you don't hear about him anymore. Now you don't hear about him. He's gone. It's very strange how things work. It really is. He's a neocon. Yeah, he was definitely a neocon. Yeah, guy was big when I was in high school. He's like a regular human to me, just like when you and I watch your show. He went down with Shapiro. That's true. That's true. Well, I think part of Peterson's decline was his neoconservatism and his blatant Zionism. And I think when Israel was slaughtering Gaza, Jordan Peterson just came out and supported it and said, this is great. And then that led to his downfall. He was a sophist? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he was a bullshit artist. I'm dying over here. Yeah, it's true. I never understood the appeal. I can understand Zhang, because at least maybe you can learn something from him. I cannot understand why people love this guy so much. Why is Theo so good at Zhang impersonation? It's just okay, class. We're gonna talk about Gaza. Okay. He's like a drunk driver that basically comes back. He reminds me of this Chinese person that I saw many years ago. Many years ago, I used to go to this Chinese restaurant in California. I used to go there like once a week. I think it was called Dragon Wall Chinese Restaurant. It's not there anymore. I think it was called the Dragon Wall Chinese Restaurant. Very good restaurant. Very good. And it was this little Chinese restaurant not too far away from where I lived. And it was so funny. You walked into this restaurant. And the cool thing was that I could walk there. Oh, yeah. That was cool. I could walk there. And you walked inside, and it was in the corner next to a barber shop. It wasn't in the best location. It was in sort of a dark alley. And you walked in, and there was this small little room that was the dining hall. And it was not super small, but it was a decently small dining area. And then right next to the dining area was a small little bar. And they had the best Mongolian beef ever. It was so good. The food there was so good. And it was cheap, too. It was cheap, delicious. It was amazing. And I remember there was this Chinese guy at the bar. I was at the Chinese place, and it was late at night. It was like maybe 9 p.m. or something, 8 something p.m. And this Chinese guy was at the bar, and he looked depressed and miserable. And he's sitting there at the bar. He's guzzling down rice wine. And the guy was so drunk off his ass, the restaurant had to hire one of those guys who come to your bar and remove a drunkard. So this ginormous black guy walks into the little Chinese restaurant, and he escorts this Chinese guy up. And I remember being in the parking lot and seeing this massive black dude who looked like Shaq. And this Chinese guy is like 4 feet tall. And this black dude is holding him by his 2 shoulders, and he's guiding him to the car. And he's like, come on, sir. Come on, sir. You got to come with me, sir. Nope. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. And this Chinese dude is so drunk, he can barely walk straight. And I'll never forget it. This Chinese guy looks at this black dude and goes like this. And he goes, I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck. And it was just, to this day, I can't forget that. And this black guy goes, get in the car, sir. It was so funny. Oh, it was so good. Good times. You guys are pretty damn funny. Appreciate that. Thanks. Let's see here. The students are so well behaved in his class, unlike American classrooms. That's true. Peterson ain't perfect, but he did continue to some good talk. Okay, young men looked up to him. Yep, that's true, but I don't know why. He was very useful. Apparently not. They dropped him like a hot potato. Thanks to Sam Shamunian. He brought me to Theodore. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. I'm glad to have you on, Mr. Manulov. You are wise. Appreciate it, Mr. Circa. He said, give them hell. Yep. He became a head of pill addiction. That's true. He was crying. Yeah, he was. Peterson could not say Jesus is God. Yeah, because the guy is not who he said he was. This is why I like you. Appreciate it. My husband thinks that Sam Shamoon's voice sounds like Jordan Peterson's voice. Kinda. Kinda, sorta. I kind of liked him before his blue steel phase. What's the blue steel phase? I'm with that Chinese dude. That's what he said. He looked at this black guy and he goes, and he was like, remember that movie, Drunken Fighter or whatever with Jackie Chan? And he goes, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I said, man, that guy was going through something. He was going through something. They called him a cat. They did. That black guy was his driver. That was his job. He was part of a business that goes to bars and picks up drunk drivers and then drives them home. He's a hired, designated driver. Drunken master. Yep. Yeah, he was moving like this. Now, there's something I want to show you guys about the Kurds real quick. Yeah, I remember the black guy had this big van, and I remember the van had this advertisement. It was like, designated driver or something like that, and he put the Asian dude in his big van. Peterson promoted Nietzsche and Darwinism. He did. That's why I never liked him. Yeah, he was teaching some very dangerous stuff, social Darwinism and Nietzscheanism. So let's see here. When Syrian forces moved into Kurdish-held territories in northeastern Syria in January, Turkish... Okay, hold on. Let me read the title first to you guys. Hold up. Kurdish forces taking up arms in Iran could drag Turkey into the war. So the Americans and the Israelis want to back and arm Kurdish insurgents in Western Iran because they want to use the Kurds as a proxy against the Ayatollah government. Now remember, the Turks had a very long war against Kurdish insurgents in Turkey and in Syria. And the leader of the PKK, the big Kurdish insurgency organization in Turkey, Mr. Öcalan, agreed to surrender and to stop the fighting. So that ended the Turkish government's war against the PKK, at least temporarily. And then you had Turkey's problems with the YPG/SDF in Syria, and the Turks told the SDF to back down. And the SDF said, no, we're not backing down, and they continued to control northeastern Syria. Turkey wants to control all of Syria, and it cannot do so if you have a Kurdish paramilitary organization having a state within Syria. So the Turks said, we're not going to stand for this. So the Turks told the SDF in northeastern Syria to drop their weapons, and they refused. And the SDF said, we're not going to drop our weapons. Israel will protect us. And that didn't happen. Israel did not protect the Kurds in northeastern Syria, and Turkey ended up militarily defeating the SDF, of course, using the Syrian army as its proxy. And so that enabled Turkey to advance further into Syria, thus enabling Turkey to entrench its power further in Syria. Turkey got stronger, Iran got weaker, and also Israel got weaker in Syria because the Israelis were trying to use the Kurds as a proxy against the Turks in Syria, in the sense that they were using the Kurds to prevent Turkey from having full power or having power over the vast majority of Syria. So that didn't work for the Israelis. That was a failed plan. And now the Americans and the Israelis are talking about using the Kurds, and it looks like they're really seriously planning for this, but they want to use the Kurds as a proxy against the Iranian government. Now, the Turks have made it very clear that if Kurdish forces in Iran are going to be in combat in Western Iran, which also includes Iran's border region with Turkey, Turkey has said that it will enter Iran militarily to defend Turkey from Kurdish insurgency, because Turkey is worried about the PKK rising up again, and they don't want to deal with that. The Iranian Kurds are definitely networked with the Turkish Kurdish insurgents. So the Turks want to prevent this. And so they're saying, if the Kurds in Iran enter the warpath against the government, that is going to threaten our stability, because that could empower Kurdish separatists within our borders to rise up against the government. And so we will militarily enter Iran to fight against, or to at least make a buffer zone against Kurdish insurgents. And if this happens, it will be done under this pretext. And the real motivation will be really Turkish expansionism into Iran. And I just want to add something here, because this is very relevant to this discussion. The region of Iran that borders with Turkey is called Western Azerbaijan. And the reason why this is very significant is because the vast majority of people who live in the region of Iran that's called Western Azerbaijan are Azeri Turks, not Iranians. So the Turks could enter the Iranian province of Western Azerbaijan and then say, hey, we're Turks, you're Turks, let's join together for Greater Turkey. And let's connect northwestern Iran, Western Azerbaijan, and Turkey for Greater Turkey. And that is the agenda of the Turks when they talk about sending troops into Iran. This is about establishing Greater Turkey. And so this is what the Israelis fear. But the Israelis are talking about, oh, we're going to use the Kurds. And the Turks, if the Israelis and the Americans actually do this, the Turks will use it as a pretext to militarily enter Iran. How do I know this? This is exactly what they did in Syria. The Americans and the Israelis said, oh, we're going to back the Kurds in northeastern Syria. And Turkey said, okay. And eventually they entered Syria militarily, and they fought against the YPG. Even though the YPG was being used by the Americans and the Israelis, the Turks still went against them. And you would think that the Americans would have sided with the Kurds over the Turks. That's not what happened. The exact opposite happened. The Americans abandoned the Kurds in favor for Turkish expansionism into northeastern Syria. So Turkey got stronger. And the Kurds were thrown under the bus. So let's read certain excerpts of this article that I've highlighted here. It says, when Syrian forces moved into Kurdish-held territories in northeastern Syria in January, Turkish officials let out a sigh of relief. So they thought, okay, we've dealt with the Kurdish problem in Syria, we've dealt with the PKK, now we can relax. But it looks like the Kurdish problem is rising up again for the Turks. And it says here, the Kurdish question seemed to be nearing resolution. For Turkey, armed Kurdish movements seeking cultural and political autonomy across Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran pose a threat to the Turkish state. The fractures in the Syrian state created by a decade and a half of civil war had emboldened the Kurdish contingent in the country in Ankara's eyes. So Syria had a lot of instability. It was mired in civil war. And the Kurds said, okay, let's take advantage of this instability to establish a Kurdish state in northeastern Syria. That's exactly what they did with the backing of the United States. The Turks said, you need to dismantle the state within a state because Turkey wants all of Syria to be united. Turkey can't do this if the Kurds have a state in northeastern Syria. So the Turks militarily crushed the Kurds. And this happened just recently. We're talking last month. This happened very recently. So removing the Kurdish government power in northeastern Syria has enabled the Turks to expand into northeastern Syria and to solidify its control over the vast majority of Syria. And which other country is now occupying Syria other than Turkey? It's Israel. Israel right now has a military occupation in the southern part of Syria, in the Golan region. And so that's the final obstacle. Once Turkey can push those Israelis out, Turkey will fully solidify its power over all of Syria. And this is what Turkey wants. So the Israelis now are saying, okay, we lost with the Kurds. Let's now use the Kurds in Iran. But now they're going to incentivize the Turks to send their soldiers into western Iran, northwestern Iran, the western Azerbaijan region of Iran, I should say. So let's look at a map here before we read the rest here. I want to show you guys what I'm talking about here, just to give you guys a visual. Turkey, Iran map. Here we go. This is I found a good map. Let's look at a detailed map here. But I mean, hold on. Detailed. Let's look at a detailed map. Right here. I was mistaken. I said West Azerbaijan. I was wrong. It's called East Azerbaijan. My mistake. Let's look at a map here. Oh, never. No, I wasn't wrong. I was wrong. Sorry. West Azerbaijan and East Azerbaijan. They're right there together. So I was right. Never mind. So here is West Azerbaijan. Or this is West Azerbaijan. One second, guys. Let me just confirm this here. West Azerbaijan province. No, I'm right. I'm right. Dang it, I'm right. It's called West Azerbaijan. So here's West Azerbaijan. East Azerbaijan is here. Here is Azerbaijan. So you have Azerbaijan, Armenia. Then here, let me make this map a little bit bigger. Oh my gosh. There we go. So here is West Azerbaijan, East Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan, and Turkey is right here. So Turkey is going to say, if they send troops into northern Iran, they're going to say, okay, you guys are all Turks. West Azerbaijanis, East Azerbaijanis, Azerbaijanis, you guys are all Turks. We're all Turks. And there's like, what, 20 to 30 million Azeri Turks living in Iran, and the vast majority of them are living right here in the north. So Turkey can say, you guys are Turks, we're Turks, let's unite Azerbaijan with northern Iran and Turkey and establish this expansion of Turkey and establish greater Turkey. That is the plan. And so if the Israelis and the Americans use the Kurds, where are the Kurds living? Where do the Kurds of Iran live? Right here. You see where my little mouse cursor is? This is where they live. So the Americans and the Israelis are poking the bear. Where are the Israelis bombing? Do you know where the Israelis are bombing? Do you know where they're concentrating a lot of their bombings at? Right here. Why are they bombing this area? Because they want to help the Kurds. That's the reason why. They want to help the Kurds. So they're bombing the hell out of Iranian military installations here because they want to help their armed proxy group, the Kurds, in this region. So they want to destabilize northern Iran, have the Persians and the Kurds fight here. That instability will be used by the Turks as a pretext to militarily enter northern Iran. And the Turks will put soldiers in northern Iran if that region of Iran becomes unstable enough. So what the Israelis are doing is really madness. It's really madness. If they destabilize northern Iran enough, it will give the green light to the Turks to send troops. And NATO won't mind. They'll say, well, that's NATO entering Iran. Who cares? And Israel will simply be hammering another nail into its own coffin by enabling the further empowerment of the Turks and the further revival of Turkish empire. Let's go back to this article here. Hold up. Where's this article? Hold, here it is. So let's go back to this article here. Elam. Yep, exactly right. It's Elam. The rise of Elam, the Elamites. So it says here, reporting from multiple outlets that the U.S. and Israel are considering backing a Kurdish force in Iran to lead a ground attack on the government and to foment a popular uprising transformed the dynamics of an already transformative war. Iranian, Kurdish, and Turkish sources who spoke to Mada Masr, that's this newspaper I'm reading, said that while no decision has been made among Kurdish troops yet, the development may expand an already widening war to include Turkey, which has so far maintained its distance from the conflict. I'll read that again. The development may expand an already widening war to include Turkey. They're already planning on getting the Turks involved. That's why they launched that missile at Turkey. And they said, oh, Iran did it because they want to pull the Turks into a war. Iranian forces, who have moved with a brazenness that has largely caught U.S. allies off guard, wasted no time wondering what Kurdish forces would do. Iran said Thursday it targeted the headquarters of Kurdish forces in Iraqi Kurdistan. So the Iranians already attacked the Kurds in Iraq because they know that the Americans and the Israelis want to use the Kurds of Iraq and get the Iraqi Kurds to march into Iran. That's the plan, to get the Iraqi Kurds to march from Iraq into Iran. So the Iranians, anticipating this, struck the Iraqi Kurds, hit them. It just hit them hard. And the Iranians didn't hide it. They said, yeah, we hit them. And that makes me question this whole narrative that the Iranians fired a missile towards Turkey. Iran said, we didn't do that. It's not like Iran is hiding what it's done. They will blatantly say, yeah, we hit these people. But this time they didn't. They said, no, we didn't fire that missile at Turkey. We didn't do that. Who did? It makes you wonder about Tucker Carlson's statement saying that Mossad agents were caught in Saudi Arabia trying to bomb an oil facility in Saudi Arabia. They're trying to foment war between the Persians and the Arabs, war between the Persians and the Turks, always dividing, always causing discord, always causing chaos to get people to kill each other, to weaken their neighbors so they can say, oh, we're the civilized ones. And I'm glad that people aren't falling for this bullshit anymore. 1 second here. My cat is... What is he doing? What is my cat doing? Anyway, let's read some more. Let's see here. So the Iranians hit Kurdish forces in Iraq. And it says here, according to Iranian state media, following strikes on Kurdish regions in both Iran and Iraq. So the Iranians are already hitting the Kurds in both Iran and Iraq. Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's National Security Council, warned, quote, separatist groups, unquote, from trying to take advantage of the chaos. So the Iranians are already aware of what the Americans and the Israelis are already planning for the Kurds, to use the Kurds as a proxy against the Iranians. They, quote, should not think that a breeze has blown and try to take action. We will not tolerate them in any way. The armed forces are also fully in control of this issue, Larijani said on Thursday in comments that were picked up by state media or state television. Before the outbreak of the war, a group of Kurdish political parties in Iran came together to express their opposition to the Iranian government. Is that a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that just days before Israel attacked Iran, that a group of Kurdish paramilitaries in Iran, Kurdish political parties in Iran said, we oppose the Iranian government? That's not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. They told the Kurds, we're going to attack Iran. We're going to back you guys. We're going to help you guys get a state. We're going to help you guys overthrow the government. All that American bullshit. You know, that American former special forces podcast bullshit talk? The Kurds heard it. They fell for it, it looks like. On February 22nd, coinciding with its founding, the coalition stated that its goals consist of, quote, the struggle to topple the Iranian Islamic Republic, achieving the right to self-determination for the Kurdish people, and building a democratic national institution based on the political will of the Kurdish nation in eastern Kurdistan. And I feel bad for these people. I do. They're really being used as tools. The group statement announced the coalition's readiness to cooperate with all parties and political forces outside the framework of this alliance. Let's read that again. This is very interesting. The group's statement announced the coalition's readiness to cooperate with all parties and political forces outside the framework of this alliance. Translation, we are going to work with Israel and America to topple the Ayatollah regime. That's what that means right there. Iranian and Turkish officials told Mada Masr that they expect to collaborate closely to counter any contingent of Kurdish forces that joins the fighting in Iran. So the Turks and the Iranians are already saying, we're going to join forces to fight this. Turkey has already said that they will militarily enter Iran to fight against Kurdish separatism. So what the Americans and the Israelis are doing is really giving the green light for Turkish expansionism, whether they want it or not. I think the Americans want this. I don't know about the Israelis, but I think the Americans want this because they want to see a powerful Turkey to use as a counter against the Russians and the Chinese. And you guys know all that geopolitical stuff. So it says here, tampering with the Kurdish issue in Iran will negatively impact neighboring countries with Kurdish populations and pose a threat to them. I believe that Washington and Israel are pushing the Kurds into a losing war, just as they did with the Gulf states, and now they stand idly by. And this is a very interesting statement by an Iranian diplomat. The Iranian diplomat is saying, the Americans and the Israelis use the Arabs against us. The Arabs are losing. They're getting bombed. And now they want to use the Kurds against us. And they're only going to push the Kurds into a losing war, and they will not help the Kurds. And the Iranians are right. Because when the Turks went against the Kurds, the Americans did not help the Kurds because they did not want to jeopardize their relationship with Turkey. And if the Turks go against the Kurds in Iran, the Americans are not going to help the Kurds of Iran. They're not. Because they don't want to jeopardize their relationship, their alliance with the second most powerful country in NATO, which is Turkey. Turkey is preparing for a possible... Now look at this. A Turkish official told Mada Masr that in light of the news, Turkey is preparing for a possible scenario that the escalation of the situation by Kurds or separatists in Iran could lead to Turkish-Iranian intelligence cooperation to prevent or obstruct such action. So the Turks and the Iranians are already planning on going against this. And I guarantee you, the Turks are already planning on sending troops into Iran. And so this is what a Kurdish source had to say. He says, "We are confident that if Turkey intervenes to support Iran against Kurdish movements within its borders, U.S. President Donald Trump will not remain silent, and we will inevitably be drawn into an international war. But at the same time, we are certain that Turkey will work behind the scenes to undermine the Kurds in Iran and may find..." Sorry. May find any indirect means to do so. So the Kurds are already saying that Turkey will get involved. This Kurdish official, this Kurdish source, is telling the media that if America and Israel decide to use us as a proxy against the Iranians, the Turks will get involved and will try to go against us. So everyone knows what's going to happen. The Americans know, the Israelis know, the Kurds know. Everyone knows what's going to happen if they use the Iranians as a proxy. Turkey's going to enter Iran. That's what the Americans want, in my opinion. In my opinion, that is what the Americans want. Because they want NATO's presence to be in northern Iran so that you could have a greater Turkey connecting Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Armenia together. And that could be a massive force right on Russia's underbelly. This is something that Turkey has a right to do because the West wants to inflame the situation in the region, along with Israel, of course. This is what a Turkish source told this newspaper. In a statement released on Wednesday, the Turkish military announced the downing of the missile and cautioned that Turkey, quote, reserves the right to respond to any hostile action taken toward the country, stating that it will continue to consult with NATO over the spread of conflict in the region. In other words, if things become too unstable, we will send our troops into Iran. And I think the Turks are planning on military expansionism into Iran. That's what I believe. I'll read your guys' questions and comments. I finally made it to a live stream. Nice. I might be one of the first people that linked you a Jank video link. Really? Interesting. Well, I'm glad to have you on, sir. Thank you for coming on. Turkic countries to become stronger. Yep. Ted's impressions are always amazing. The Irish impressions, the British. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you like that. Theo, you are really good at impressions and accents. Also, you keep recycling same talking points, kind of. Well, that's because that's what I'm focused on. And what's happening is that new things are happening in the news. New events are happening in the news that prove my point. So I have to repeat myself and add what I repeat with what news is proving my point to further prove my point. The Kurds never learned their lessons. I don't think they have really much of a choice. I think maybe the Americans are forcing them. You just uploaded a video on this, right? Them abandoning the Kurds? Yep, I did. That's why Iran booked Arbil in Iran. It's map time, absolutely. He got him a good map. I did. They want access to the marine trade. I don't know what you're talking about. You see the city, Karatin, and Bandar at Bushehr in southern Iran. Okay. I want to add a small point. Erdogan and Barzani have been on good terms for quite a while. But of course, anything can happen. That's where the Jews are from. Well, Jews were living in Persia for centuries. Let's see here. Kurdistan, Iraq, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and etc. used to be a part of Iranian Empire. That is true. Yep. Armenia used to be a part of Iran. My cat. 1 second, guys. Hold on. Sorry about that. See here. My mom's uncle got arrested once and held at Abu Ghraib for helping the Peshmerga. Damn. That's crazy. That takes a lot of courage. Persian and Arabs are cousins. They're definitely related. Also, I don't support Turkey to decolonize same country again. What the Iranians are alleged to have done is also dangerous because it fits with the Israeli strategy of triggering a civil war. Yep. That's what the U.S. and ISIS likes to do, though, right? Use others. Yep, use others to further their political agendas. Absolutely. Selling dreams to people who are forgotten. Yep, I know, it's sad. You don't think the Kurds are smart enough to avoid this smoke and not repeat the same mistake? I don't think they have much of a choice. I don't think they have much of a choice. I think the Americans are telling them, you're gonna do this. And in fact, there was an article in the Washington Post recently, and I'll show you guys some excerpts from it. I was reading this earlier today. U.S. efforts in Iran offer support. In outreach to Kurdish minority leaders in Iran and neighboring Iraq, the president offered U.S. support to insurgent efforts against Tehran. And there's certain parts where it says that they really don't have much of a choice. And it says here, the Trump administration, the Trump administration, bracing for more U.S. casualties and considering whether to put troops on the ground in Iran, has begun reaching out to Tehran's domestic opposition as potential allies to foment an uprising against the regime. In calls this week to Kurdish minority leaders in Iran and neighboring Iraq, President Donald Trump offered, quote, extensive U.S. air cover and other backing for anti-regime Iranian Kurds to take over portions of western Iran, according to multiple people familiar with the effort. Trump was clear in his call Sunday to PUK leader Bafil Talabani. He told us the Kurds must choose a side on this battle, either with America and Israel or with Iran. So they told the Kurds, you're going to do this. And if you don't do this, we're just going to bomb you. You're going to die. So they put a gun onto these people's heads. That's how evil this country is. That's what America just did. They put a gun on these people's heads, and they said, if you don't join us, we're just going to bomb you. I mean, Israel has already been bombing northern Iran. So you are within firing distance of the Israeli Air Force. So they gave these people no choice. That's the bottom line. So it says here, a senior official of the Kurdish Democratic Party, the other major Iraqi party whose leader, Masoud Barzani, was also called by Trump, confirmed that account, but said that, quote, it's not about who has more active armed militias ready to move into Iran, it's about who has more support from inside. Trump also spoke Tuesday with Mustafa Hijri, head of the oldest Iranian Kurdish opposition party, Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, PDKI. In a statement Wednesday, the party urged all Iranian soldiers and personnel, especially in Kurdistan, to abandon their bases, etc., etc. So then if you go down here, it says here, we are in a very delicate position, the PUK official said. This is a Kurdish opposition leader in Iran talking. Quote, if this Iranian Kurd ground offensive fails, we do not know what Iran's reaction against the Kurdistan region of Iraq would be. At the same time, we cannot simply reject Trump's request, especially when he personally calls and asks for it. So these Kurdish leaders are saying, we have no choice. The Americans are giving us absolutely no choice. We have to join the United States. And it says here, the Israelis have been systematically bombing military positions in Iranian Kurdistan, where they have done enormous damage to Iranian military capability, said Henry Barkey, a Kurdish expert at the Council on Foreign Relations, who added that, quote, this is clearly a very deliberate strategy on the part of Israel. So what areas of Iran are the Israelis bombing? Let's find out. Map of Israeli strikes on Iran. Let's take a look. Here we go. Here is where the Israelis are bombing Iran. You see this area here? This is where the Kurds live. Right here. That's where the Kurds live. Let's take a look real quick. Where Kurds live in Iran. Right here. That's where the Kurds are living. In the area that borders with Iraq and with Turkey. Let's go back here. Here is where the Israelis are bombing. So why are the Israelis bombing this place? Because they want to help the Kurds fight against the regime. The thing is that here is where Turkey and Iran meet. And the Israelis are bombing on that area, as you can see in this map. Here is Turkey, right here. The Israelis bombed this area. They have bombed this area. So if things become too unstabilized, Turkey will say, well, we're going to send our troops into northern Iran. And they're going to try to establish Greater Turkey. And the Israelis are going to complain, but no one's going to care. Let's see here. When Turkey goes on its own accord, does NATO kick them out? Possibly, but I just don't see America going to war against Turkey. You're talking about a country armed with NATO technology. You're talking about a country that controls the access way from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean. You're talking about a country that is connected to the Caucasus. I mean, it's a very important geopolitical region. It is NATO's main route to directly import natural gas and oil from Central Asia and direct it directly into Europe. Turkey is very vital for NATO, very vital for the American empire. America is Babylon? Yep. Oh, I think it's when he opens and closes maps and articles. What are you talking about? I don't know. So you don't think that the Kurds are smart enough to avoid this? I don't think they have a choice. I think that they have a gun on their head, and they are left with the choice of either joining America and Israel or being bombed. So they're going to join America. If they fight against the Iranians, they're going to fight and die. And then eventually they're going to be abandoned, just like the Kurds in Syria. It's pretty sad what happens to these people. Pretty sad how the Americans and the Israelis are draining and abusing these people. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty horrible. Oh, damn. Hold on a second, guys. Anyway, guys, I think I have talked enough. I'll be seeing you guys soon. I've been here for 5 hours. I started a little bit late. Sorry about that. But we have done a 5-hour stream, which is pretty good. We had a lot of fun. We had a great stream, guys. And I'll see you guys soon. All right? I'll see you guys soon. God bless you guys. Be well. And I'll say goodbye to everybody. See you later. Stylist, Daniel Tracy, Solarm Loomer, WH3R, Doug, Falcon Guy, Luster Luston, Panagenesis, Unbiased Arab, Daniel Tracy, Danielle Tracy, Kuznet, Monochromatic Blue, Scoob, Willem, Blah, Furcan, Mr. Sweet, Mondrick, Anthony, MMXXIV, Mr. Goldfield, Huang, Cycle Breaker, Alex Manyalov, Nahum, Circa, Before, 5K70, Abdullah Muhammad. And you're right, Mr. Muhammad. I forgot to read your comment. You said that Mr. Peterson lost his relevance after his ties with Daily Wire. Yeah, I agree. That's when I really began to see the decline of Jordan Peterson. Have a good night. Great analysis. Thank you, Mr. Fadek. Thank you for joining me. Take care. Take care to you too. Thank you. See you later, Prince Zechariah. See you later, LG952. See you later, WH3R, 3H3R3. Fadek. Love the biblical comparisons. Appreciate that, Mr. Fadek. Love the live stream. Appreciate it, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Sean Price. Thank you, Willem. Take care, Slav Marine. Be well. God bless. Zdravo. And be well, guys. We had a great stream. We had a lot of fun. I know a man that was in the IDF. Amazing guy. I'm sure he was. Peace. Appreciate that, unbiased Arab. All right, guys. God bless you guys. Have a good weekend. And we had a great stream. And you guys just heard some theology. God bless.